The House will come to order. Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. This is the Anderson P. motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment the concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 2398, an act relating to agriculture. Anderson P. moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments to House File 2398, that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 5 members of the House to meet with a like committee appointed by the Senate.
The gentleman from Pope, Representative Anderson P.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. We have some differences with the Senate on the agriculture policy bill, so we'd like to go to a conference committee. And with your approval, we'd like to do that, Mr. Speaker.
Discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion prevails.
Message from the Senate. This is the Hancock motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the Senate refuses to concur in the House amendments to Senate File 1750, an act relating to natural resources. The Senate respectfully requests that a conference committee reported thereon. Senate conferees, Senator Carlson, Ingebretson, and Skoye. Hancock moves that the House accede to the request of the Senate that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 3 members of the House to meet with a like committee appointed by the Senate.
The gentleman from Beltrami, Representative Hancock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is indeed the case. We need to iron out some language differences and request that you appoint a committee to do so. Thank you.
Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion prevails. Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration. Dean, for the Committee on Rules, pursuant to Rule 121, designates the following bill to be placed on the supplemental calendar for today, Thursday, April 5th, 2012. House File numbers 2731, Senate File numbers 2131 and 1620, House File numbers 2276 and 718, Senate File numbers 1621, 1236, and 2060, House File number 2437, Senate File numbers 1492, 1553, and 1675, House File number 2223, Senate File number 1875, House File numbers 1993, and Senate File numbers 1599 and 1524.
Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 1236. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 1236, number 7 on the supplemental calendar for the day, the first engrossment, an act relating to civil law.
The gentleman from Scott, Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate File 1236 seeks to fairly limit the successor asbestos-related liabilities of companies. We've got a company here in Minnesota called Crown Cork and Seal that brought this to my attention. And the rule of successor liability today provides that when a predecessor merges with another corporation, that the successor can be held liable for the torts of the dissolved predecessor, even if the successor did nothing wrong and the activity of the predecessor that created the liability was terminated before the merger. So what this bill does is it applies to successors who have asbestos-related liabilities from a pre-1972 merger or consolidation, and stipulates that the successor could not have stayed in the asbestos business after its merger or consolidation. And 1972, members, is a critical date because that's when OSHA issued its workplace regulations related to asbestos for the first time. After 1972, obviously a company would have recognized that occupational exposure to asbestos was a potential hazard. And what we do in this bill is restore the fairness to such innocent successors. And it also provides for the fact that plaintiffs that are allegedly harmed by a predecessor can still collect from those companies who are liable. Any successor that independently commits a tort, whether before or after the merger, would be held liable in that case. And it also only applies to cases filed after the date of enactment. Members, this relates to a case called with Crown Cork and Seal. Crown Cork and Seal was involved in a merger with a company called Mundet. back in 1964. And that company was also a maker of bottle caps, as Crown Cork and Seal is. And they had a small portion of their business involved in asbestos-related insulation. 90 days after the purchase of that company, they completely dissolved themselves of that business, and Crown Cork and Seal merged with them then finally in 1967. Another good point here is that obviously asbestos and mesothelioma, the result of exposure to asbestos, is a very serious disease, and it's a very serious issue that we need to address. But there is $38.6 billion, according to the U.S. Government Accountability Office, that is available to these claimants, and this is based upon companies that created additional subsidiaries and then bankrupted them, and then all that money went into this fund. So, you know, in this case, companies like Crown Cork and Seal have done the right thing. Crown Cork and Seal in particular has 415 employees in the state of Minnesota, pays about $2 million in taxes to the state, and is a good corporate citizen and is seeking some redress here. The final thing I would say is that if you look at what companies like Crown Cork and Seal are paying in asbestos claims today in the state of Minnesota, it's not very much. It's about $56,000. So you might ask, why is this bill necessary and why is it important? Well, it's both necessary and important here because what happens is Wall Street looks at companies like Crown Cork and Seal, says that they have this liability, and thus really have some very high interest rates that companies like this have to absorb, which has cost a company like Crown Cork and Seal about $1 billion in excessive interest fees. And about 18 states have passed similar legislation. It is model legislation from the Council on State Governments, and that's where we look to for some advice on how to frame this legislation. So, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker and members, that is Senate File 1236.
Seeing no amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Mr. Speaker?
Sir.
I had an oral amendment, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to move an oral amendment on line 2.4 of the bill.
Please state your oral amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment would be to strike on line 2.4 after the comma the words whether known or, continuing on to line 2.5, the word unknown, and striking that word unknown. And if I could be heard on the oral amendment, Mr. Speaker.
The clerk will report the oral amendment.
Lesh is moving to amend Senate File 1236 as follows: on page 2, line 4, after the comma, delete the words whether known or, and on line 5, delete the word unknown and the comma.
To your oral amendment, the gentleman from Ramsey, Representative Lesh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker and members, when I saw this language in the bill, I was a bit perplexed. It reminded me of one of my favorite guys from about 10 years ago, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. In his speech, he made this speech to the Capitol Press Corps. He said, "There are no knowns, there are things we know we know." He also said there are also unknown unknowns, that is to say, we know there are some things we do not know. He also said, but there are also unknown unknowns. There are things we do not know we don't know. And so in reading this language, I thought, wow, this would be great if we could just declare that this is an unknown unknown. So I wonder, Mr. Speaker, if the author would yield to a question.
The gentleman from Scott will yield. The gentleman from Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, would you say that these successor asbestos-related liabilities are known knowns, known unknowns, or unknown unknowns?
The gentleman from Scott, Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Lesh. First of all, I love it when you quote Republicans on the House floor. I think that's a good quote from Secretary Rumsfeld. I think it's hard for us to figure that out because that's going to be what happens in a court of law. So there's significant differences in cases regarding this. And so I think there are cases where it's known and cases where it's unknown and cases where they don't know what they don't know.
Gentleman from Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, thank you, Representative. And the point here is that this isn't going to be in a court of law anymore because you're removing a liability. So whether or not it's a known known or a known unknown or an unknown unknown, we won't know because it'll be taken out in a summary judgment motion because now we're just wiping away successor liabilities in this case. So in the interest of ensuring that this determination is made in a court of law, I wondered if you would support my oral amendment.
The gentleman from Scott, Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Lesh. No, I don't support the amendment, and for this reason, because this is a very specific portion of the law and addresses a very specific issue of fairness. And I would like to keep the language just the way it is. We have spent a lot of time working through this. And I think, certainly if somebody thought that the law was unfair, they could certainly take that to court. They could take a particular case to court. But this really is trying to address a very specific category of issues and to provide some fairness to those companies who are involved in this particular issue. And quite frankly, fairness to the plaintiffs as well.
Gentleman from Ramsey.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is a really important issue, members, because what this bill is saying is that now you really can wash your hands of all business that you may be encumbered with as a successor corporation. When you go in and you make a deal and you say, now I have to be accountable for the assets and liabilities of a corporation I buy, unless I can get the legislature to pad my books. When the members of this corporation came in last year to testify, they said the only reason for this was so that they'd look better to the Wall Street bankers. That was the primary interest. The next year they brought a different guy who wasn't quite so blunt. I frankly preferred the blunt guy. But he said, we'll look better to the Wall Street bankers because we've got this hanging over our head that we've got sick people that might come back and collect on our successor liabilities. The bankers don't want to have to pay out to these sick people, and neither do we. So we just wish that you change the language so that we couldn't be sued in a court of law. Now, this amendment, quite simply, would take away that question of whether it's known or unknown. I don't think it would substantially change the implications of the bill, but it does have great implications for whether or not you're going to be accountable for your actions and for the liabilities that you decide to buy for the benefit of your bottom lines, for the benefit of your quarterly earnings statement, and for the benefit of the Wall Street bankers. It's another example of how we could just be benefiting Wall Street bankers at the expense of sick people, which is why I think this language is important. So I'm not going to ask for a roll call, Mr. Chair. I just ask for a voice vote on this.
Discussion to the oral amendment. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Apparently, Representative Lesh didn't say he's not asking for a roll call. If he would yield.
The gentleman from Ramsey will yield. The lady from Hennepin.
He nodded. That's good enough. Members, I think this is a really important amendment, and I don't know why Representative Lesh doesn't want a roll call on it. What Representative Lesh is getting at is whether the successor corporation is truly innocent. What this corporation argued in civil law was that they didn't know about these liabilities, and it's impacted their ability to get credit. But when you think about it, this would create, if we allow this legislation to pass, what it says is to a corporation, you don't have to take responsibility for your actions if they hurt somebody. Mr. Speaker, because I disagree with Representative Lesh on how important the matter is, I would request a roll call.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, when you're voting on this, really the issue is the innocence of the successor corporation. And so if the company is truly innocent and they had no knowledge of these potential liabilities, this statute would still do them a lot of good. But if they knew about this risk and they simply failed to negotiate in their purchase of the company properly to deal with that risk, I don't know why we would come and bail them out. What this would say is that if you're a corporation, you do something that hurts somebody and you want to get out of that responsibility, all you need to do is form a new corporation and sell your assets from your old corporation to your new corporation, and voila, you're not responsible for your own actions anymore. Members, we talk a lot about personal responsibility, in this body, and I think it's really important to recognize what the issue is in this legislation is personal responsibility. This corporation knew that these liabilities were out there. They failed to properly negotiate when they purchased the company, and now they're coming to us to bail them out, and I don't think that's the job of the Minnesota legislature.
Discussion. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker and members. We're still on the amendment, right? Okay. I'll wait till after the amendment.
Gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Simon. Oh, okay. Gentleman from Scott, Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just as members think about this oral amendment, just a reminder that what this bill does is it applies to successors with asbestos-related liabilities from a pre-1972 merger or consolidation, and that successor could not have stayed in the asbestos business after the merger or the consolidation. And I guess I need to repeat the fact that 1972 is a critical year, because that's when OSHA did determine that asbestos does have the very serious ramifications that it has. This oral amendment is not about corporate responsibility. It's not about personal responsibility. It's about the fact that companies who are in this category never did do anything wrong.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to kind of be a little bit more clear about this 1972 date, this company was purchased in 1963, and beginning in 1954, there are any number of lawsuits that were filed against the company and were settled by the company or lost in court related to asbestosis claims. So in fact, it was very clear if someone would have actually done any due diligence on this matter, they would have seen that they would have known, first of all, that asbestos causes this disease, because that's what these lawsuits were about. They would have known that asbestos was actually a significant legal liability to this company, and they would have known that this company actually made payments to individuals who suffered from asbestos-related diseases because of the work of this company. So I don't want people to be misled a little bit about this 1972 date, because well before this merger occurred, there was clear scientific evidence and lawsuits that were lost by the company that was merged related to asbestos. They knew about this or should have known about it, and now we're trying to let them off the hook. Had they done their due diligence and taken the proper steps, they could have avoided this whole situation. We shouldn't be bailing them out at this point. Representative Lesch's amendment is absolutely right on.
Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, roll call being requested. The clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. Clerk will close the roll. There being 52 ayes and 68 nays, the amendment is not adopted. Seeing no further amendments at the Seeing no other amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 1236.
Third reading. The member from Itasca, Representative Van Zels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this legislation does not apply only to crown, cork, and seal. In fact, it would apply to all Minnesota companies that may have asbestos or mesothelioma claims against them in the years to come. In 2007, this legislature and Governor Pawlenty worked together to appropriate and provide $5 million to the University of Minnesota to conduct extensive research and studies to get at the cause of the high incidence of cancer-related, lung-related, asbestos-like particle-related, and mesothelioma-related deaths among the Mesabi Iron Range iron ore and taconite miners. The long and short of it is we have a high incidence of illness and death within the iron ore mining cohort in our deaths along the iron ore formation. That study is not complete. That study is ongoing. I am very concerned that if we should pass this legislation today, that it would have an adverse effect on the families and the individuals associated with these kinds of diseases. My own father died as a consequence of one of these related diseases, and as many of you know, he was a hard rock iron ore miner all of his life. So because of the study, because the study isn't complete, because it's impossible to predict the future, because of what I suspect to be lots of claims against lots of mining companies, I'm going to vote no, and I would urge the body to vote no as well.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the way to look at this bill is really pretty simple. Individuals sickened by asbestos should have a right to make a legitimate, founded claim, and this bill takes that right away. It's wrong, and this bill should be defeated.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Meline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I also rise in opposition to this bill, and I appreciate Representative Anzel's comments. Members, so far there's been 82 confirmed deaths of just Iron Rangers because of mesothelioma, which is caused by asbestos exposure. And this is a long, prolonged, very painful death. It doesn't come until decades after a lot of them have been done working in the mines. But nonetheless, 82 deaths from mesothelioma, asbestos-related. And what we're doing here today is putting Wall Street ahead of Minnesotans. Minnesotans that did nothing wrong, but worked, but spent their life working, making a living, and are sick because of it. I think that this bill is wrong, and I hope that members vote against it.
The member from Beltrami, Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise in opposition to this bill on the serious nature of this disease that can be caused by asbestos. And I believe companies that have been involved with it, whether they're directly responsible or not, have to assume that responsibility. But I wanted particularly to remind Representative Woodard, I didn't catch quite what his response was to Representative Lesh in quoting Donald Rumsfeld, but it was something about liking to hear Republicans quoted on the floor or something like that. And I'm going to give you another one here, if you would, Representative Woodard. And it's one of my favorite people on the planet, actually, President Teddy Roosevelt. And about 100 years ago, when he was fighting with the robber barons who are out there, these big companies who are out there mining and treating people like crap, paying them nothing. And a lot of why the unions have been formed in this country was because of the way people were treated back in those days. But one thing that Teddy Roosevelt said, he said a lot of things, but he said a man who has never gone to school may steal from a freight car. But if he has a university education, he may steal the whole railroad.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill could have a really huge impact on a lot of areas in our state, and it's about more than just one company. And this particular company doesn't need our help. This is an $8 billion company as of the last report. $8 billion. According to the recent credit agency credit rating upgrade, the rating agency said they predict solid growth in revenue and cash generation. Solid growth in revenue and cash generation. I bet some of the families of people who have been injured or hurt or even killed by exposure to asbestos would sure wish for solid growth and cash generation. But they're not going to get it if this bill passes, unfortunately. And you look at the annual report, I'm not even convinced the company believes that they need this bill ultimately. According to their recent annual corporate report sent out to shareholders and others, it said, as to the possibility of asbestos-related litigation, it says that the company, quote, the company believes that resolution of these matters is not expected to have a material adverse effect on the company's financial position, end quote. So even the company is telling investors that they don't believe that asbestos-related claims are going to have an effect on the bottom line. And that bottom line is doing very well right now. $8 billion, a recent credit upgrade. Things are looking good for the company, and I don't know why they particularly need this bill. Not to mention the fact, as Representative Thiessen already pointed out, this is a company that was on notice already about asbestos-related claims. I've got a list right here. It goes on to 3 pages of the claims they had before the acquisition or before the merger here in the early 1960s. It goes on for 3 pages of the claims that they already knew about. So they can't come into this situation and say that they were blind or they were unaware or they were ignorant, because they weren't. They knew what was going on, and now they want to come back decades later and they want to make sure that presumably someone else can pay for their mistakes, and that's not right. So I think really today we're talking about whether we want to vote for a bill that gives more to an $8 billion company that is responsible under the law right now for claims of people who are injured and possibly killed, or whether we want to stand by the folks who really need to preserve a claim. And I know that there's some political influences here. This is kind of on the ALEC hit parade. It's on their list of model bills. I don't know whether that's why or how Representative Woodard got the bill, but that's where it is. And I think we all have a choice. I think this is a roll call that a lot of us can be really proud of. This is an absolutely stark choice. And I don't think this company needs our help, and I don't think it deserves it.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there are plenty of good reasons to be opposed to this bill based on the simple justice of workers who are injured through no fault of their own, the lineup of a very successful, wealthy corporation against those workers, and the need for justice generally. But I can tell you that if you are interested in how business works, if you have any experience in mergers and acquisitions, which I suspect most of you don't, if you have any concern about the free market and willing buyers and willing sellers and how they sell assets and assume liabilities, you'll realize that this bill just amounts to the state legislature coming in to save a company from its own bad decisions. Representative Thiessen alluded to this. Members, when a company acquires another company, it acquires the assets and the liabilities, and the two parties negotiate in a merger, an acquisition. It could be a merger, it could be a sale of the assets, but they negotiate which assets and which liabilities are assumed. In addition to, and in this case, if it's asbestos liability, they can't contract away from the liability transferring to the successor company. But what they can do is negotiate who is ultimately financially responsible if any claims are made. And typically in an asset purchase agreement, the companies will negotiate a certain dollar amount that the acquiring company has to pay before they can start charging that back to the preceding company. And there are various mechanisms for doing that. They have terms like deductibles and tipping baskets and other kinds of mechanisms in place to make sure that if any claims come up after the sale of the company, if any liabilities come up, whether they're known or unknown previously, the two companies engage in a transaction, they negotiate a contract, and they decide who's going to pay for it. And even though the successor company might have a liability for an asbestos claim, there's nothing to stop them from requiring the company that they bought, or the assets that they bought from, to pay for the cost. The issue is, if you have a company that is selling and has no assets, if it has no insurance policy, if it has nothing left, essentially what you have done is just transferred the liability to the successor company, and that successor company owns the whole liability, and they have no company that they can send it back to. They have no partner in the deal. But that's something they have to discover through due diligence. And before they make this acquisition, they have to understand what exactly it is they're buying. And it's up to the buyer to understand what the potential claims that are out there are, and whether they could exist or not, and whether the company that is selling will have sufficient resources to cover any liabilities that might arise based on due diligence. But if you're the company that buys and you don't do the due diligence properly, you don't know what's out there, and you're acquiring all the assets of a company and have no recourse back to get those liabilities covered, that's kind of your own fault. And the way you're supposed to adjust for and the way you could adjust for that would be to lower the purchase price. If there are potential liabilities out there, you might have to lower the purchase price. You might have to reserve a certain amount of the proceeds of the sale that you saved and put them aside for potential liability. You may need to purchase insurance to cover yourself against that, which you certainly can do. There are all sorts of free market contract mechanisms that a willing buyer and a willing seller can put in place to deal with this issue of transferred liabilities. It happens all the time. It happens every day of the week, many times a day throughout this country and internationally. People are buying and selling assets and liabilities of companies all the time, and they figure out how to shift the risk to the right party and where the damages should lie. It is not our job as a legislature, I hope you would agree, it is not our job as a legislature to go back into those mergers and acquisitions deals and decide that one party didn't do a very good job and therefore they need the law to come in on their side and limit their potential damages. This is not, it is an issue between people who are harmed and the companies that are responsible for it, but it's also an issue of two free market players negotiating at arm's length, a willing buyer and a willing seller having the responsibility to figure out how to allocate the risks involved in the transaction. And if they don't do a good job, that's business. That's just how it goes. If you don't do a good job in business, you're supposed to be free to fail. And that kind of free market rise and fall, I thought, was something that the Republican Party stood for. What we're doing is creating protectionism. We're creating protectionism for certain kinds of companies so that they don't have to rise and fall with the market. They don't have to live with their own mistakes. That they get a special deal from the Minnesota legislature to avoid their own bad decisions. And, members, maybe if both sides of the aisle could agree that's the role of state government, and we'd like to do it for ordinary people, we'd like to do it for people who fall on hard times, and it's the responsibility of government to kind of help people through making their bad decisions, then maybe it would be fair to say that we should do the same thing for companies that make bad decisions. But since you don't want to help people who make bad decisions in their lives, and they have to be personally responsible for it, I think the same standard should apply to these companies. If they don't do a good job in the marketplace of allocating their risks, if they don't do a good job of figuring out who should pay for what type of liability and what kind of asset, it isn't our job to fix it for them, particularly since insurance is available to them. And finally, if they got a bad lawyer who didn't do a very good job in due diligence, who didn't help them address a very obvious potential liability that they were assuming, they can always sue their lawyer. They can always go back to their lawyer and say, you did a bad job, you engaged in legal malpractice, and your malpractice insurance has to pay us for the difference. Folks, there are plenty of ways that people in the real world, the real business world, deal with these issues all the time without coming to the Minnesota legislature and asking us to solve their problems for them. They're big boys and girls. They can handle it. They don't need our help.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As was stated earlier, this isn't just a small bill for this one company. It's going to affect many companies and many people in the state of Minnesota. And it's not just the workers here and the products that they sold, but these products are in all of our buildings throughout the state and through all of our schools. If you go into your school and it's got vinyl asbestos tile, that's what it's called, VAT tile, it's in your schools. That's what they've got on the floors. It's in the glue that they use to put it in. It's in the ceiling tile. It's in the drywall sheetrock that's on the walls. Construction workers to this day are still being exposed to it when you do remodeling because it's in the walls, it's in the dust that's settled in the buildings. If this bill has long ramifications that to the rest of the state of Minnesota, this is a bad bill. Vote no.
The member from Rams, Representative Lesh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if Representative Woodard would yield to a question.
He will yield, Representative Lesh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So many of you know, if you were at the Holidazzle in December, that I'm getting married in December. And I just got this thing in the mail from the priest. It's a prepare, enrich assessment. And you're supposed to check out, you're supposed to go through this Q&A when you get married to determine whether or not you're a good match. And you know everything about each other before you get married so you don't run into problems afterwards. And I wonder, I'm thinking about this bill, and I wonder how cool would that be if, let's just say, I got in trouble, in the past few years. I was kiting checks, passing bad checks, and things like that. And then when I got married, well, I'm not really John Lesh anymore. I'm kind of John Lesh married in this new economic unit and household. So all those old charges and accusations, my credit history and everything that I did could go away because, well, that's not really me anymore. I'd just be an innocent successor because now I'm married, so that should go away. And I'm wondering, would you support a bill like that, Representative Woodard, if when I enter into a new marriage relationship as opposed to a business relationship, that my past misdeeds could just be wiped clean and I wouldn't be accountable or liable for them?
The member from Scott, Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Lesh, I would co-author that bill if it had the same specifics this bill does, which is if you had, prior to 1972, your merger occurred, because that's when OSHA said that this was a workplace hazard, and it involved asbestos, and it involved the fact that you never produced asbestos, you never distributed asbestos, and you had no idea that all of the things that would occur with asbestos claims of mesothelioma later, then yes, I would support that bill if it had the exact same specifics that we're talking about in here. This is not, and mesothelioma is a very serious disease, and it's something that no one in this body, no one in the United States thinks is a good thing. But the bottom line is, this bill is about a specific set of circumstances and requiring that if you meet these circumstances, you are considered an innocent successor. So I would, if all the components of this bill are in the bill that you're talking about from a personal responsibility standpoint.
Member from Rams, Representative Lesh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think, members, that's a great way of talking around it, but fundamentally we're talking about the same thing. We're talking about being able to avoid responsibility. And if you don't do your due diligence, as has been just recently stated by Representative Winkler, well, then you got to own it. Own it, for crying out loud. Aren't we about responsibility here and personal responsibility here? Now, if you're sitting on the board of Crown, Cork, and Seal, I don't blame you for trying to pad your bottom line for the Wall Street bankers. If this is the pit of the New York Stock Exchange, I don't blame you for trying to boost the profits. But members, this is not the boardroom of Crown, Cork, and Seal. This is not the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. This is the floor of the Minnesota House of Representatives. And if no one's going to protect the interests of sick people, including those who have asbestosis, it should be us right here today. Vote no.
Member from Rams, Representative Mahoney.
Members, 1972 seems a long time ago. Seems a long time ago. But I just had a friend die from mesothelioma. That started in the pipe fitting trades prior to 1972. Members, I'm sitting here wondering, am I supposed to recuse myself? Because mechanical contractors change hands all the time. Members, I was exposed to asbestos. It's one of the reasons I quit smoking. I walked into boiler rooms that were just white with asbestos. This bill is personal. It's very personal to me. I've had multiple friends die. Multiple members of my local union die from mesothelioma. 1972 is not that long ago. And there's been an awful lot of mechanical contractors that have changed hands, that never knowingly put asbestos in front of their members of my local union. But they would be exempt from this particular bill. With this bill. This is a personal bill for me, and I'm going to vote against it. Because 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, I could end up like those 5 or 6 friends of mine with mesothelioma. And my family does not get to get any revenge. And I'm going to call it that. It's revenge. It's not. You can never make my kids whole if I die before my time because somebody exposed me to asbestos. I would like, and I'm going to ask you to vote no on this particular bill. I'm going to ask because it's a personal bill. It's personal to me. So that's all.
Discussion. The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, just to remind you that this bill is for innocent successor corporations. These are companies who bought companies over 30 years ago. And some of the examples we heard in committee suggested that when these companies bought these other companies, they had no idea of any of the past liabilities that these companies had. Now, some say, and we heard it said that 30 years is not that long ago. Well, you know, if you're a worker in one of those companies and you're near retirement 30 years ago, you know, you're close to 90 years old today. Now, members, it's Representative Woodard, I think he said there's 36 billion with a B, 36 billion set aside for these claims. For those that we may not know of yet, for those people who have not died naturally or any other way yet. Members, this is nothing at this point but an impediment to jobs, the impediment to these companies to move forward and remove these unnecessary liabilities that they're accumulating, not only for the businesses that they bought and innocently didn't know had these past liabilities, but for every other business in their portfolio carry these same liabilities and are held back at the same way from creating those jobs because of these liabilities. Members, let us unleash the shackles of jobs. Let us look at even what some of the unions are saying. We need to have these jobs and be able to bring them forward. Members, please support Representative Woodard's bill.
Discussion. The member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. Representative Garofalo votes aye. There being 69 ayes and 56 nays, the bill is passed as title is agreed to. Fiscal calendar. The first bill in the fiscal calendar for today is Senate File 1543. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 1543 on the fiscal calendar for the day, the first engrossment, an act relating to human services.
Calling the member from Dakota, Representative Mack, to present your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, this is a bill that is a continuation of legislation we passed last year that would create a community paramedic. And this language simply provides medical assistance coverage for services provided by a community paramedic and pretty much enumerates what can be covered and what services can be provided for. Payment for community paramedic services must be part of a care plan ordered by a primary health care provider in consultation with the ambulance medical director. Members, this bill only deals with the specifics of reimbursement under medical assistance and other state programs, and this legislation does save a small amount of money going into the future, but I believe it does work towards our goals of seeing a decrease in total cost of care and shared savings. So, members, this passed the Senate unanimously. It's a good bill. I hope I can get your support. Thanks.
Discussion. Seeing no amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 1543.
Third reading. Discussion. The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. So, members, I believe that the Department of Human Services is okay with this bill, and there's been some agreement, and hopefully it'll provide some services to more folks in rural areas, and hopefully it'll help us keep some folks out of the hospital and some things like that. And I think that's probably why the bill saves a little bit of money. So I would encourage members to vote green.
Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll.
So now we're,
There being 126 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed. The title is agreed to. Announcements by the Speaker.
Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announced the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on House File 2398. Anderson P., Hamilton, Kiel, Swedzinski, and Eakin. Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on Senate File 1750. Hancock, McNamara, and Rukavina.
The next bill on the calendar for the day, on the fiscal calendar, is House File 2164. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
House File 2164 on the fiscal calendar for today, the second engrossment, an act relating to natural resources.
Call the member from Dakota, Representative McNamara, to present your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House File 2164 is the environment policy bill for the year. It includes a number of provisions, including things dealing with the permitting efficiency. There's provisions to keep the hunting, fishing licenses, zoo, and state parks going in time when the government's not around. There's a Representative Wagenius provision in there about limiting the ability to pay more for land than 20%, the limit above the tax assessed value. There's some redefining MPCA citizen board duties, combining and eliminating some of the reports. It's amazing how many duplicative and reports we get from the different agencies, and we made a serious effort to try and streamline that process and bring some together. There's the taking the fines from the MPCA and moving them from the environmental fund to the general fund, with the idea that that would take away any thoughts that folks would think that the MPCA is doing that for their own benefit. I think it's just a good government thing. There's also the putting back or moving to taking out of the Executive Council's decision in regards to things such as the mining that was discussed recently at the Executive Council, and gets back more where it gets it where it should be with the professional staff. This is removing some very antiquated old language. There's also the language that was in Representative Hancock's bill dealing with the creation of the Children's State Forest. A number of Bowser modifications dealing with WACA and some of the water and wetlands issues, and Representative Torkelson would be able to address those probably better than myself if we have questions on that. And then there is the thought about not having more restrictive water standards than the federal government going forward. That's just going forward, doesn't affect current situation or current standards in place. That's basically the bill. Mr. Speaker, I do have an author's amendment, but I don't believe it's been passed out yet.
There is an author's amendment at the desk. We will actually have the amendment introduced. Representative McNamara can speak to the amendment, but we will not vote until each member has a copy. Chief Clerk will report the amendment.
McNamara moving to amend House File 2164, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A48.
Call the member from Dakota, Representative McNamara, to your author's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Basically, it's a pretty simple author's amendment. It removes three provisions that were already passed into law, and then it deals with one. There was a lottery in lieu appropriation from 2009 that extends the grant availability for a White Bear Lake Trail. The match for that is not going to come until later this summer. Mr. Speaker, maybe I should just mention what the three, it was the conservation rate water storage, Representative O'Driscoll's bill, the manure digester provisions that we put in place after meeting with MPCA, worked together with the agriculture folks, and then the environmental review report that was part of Representative Fabian's permitting bill. Those have already become law, so there's no reason for them to be in the bill. And I would stand for questions if there are any, Mr. Speaker.
Questions to the author's amendment? Seeing no questions, all those in favor of the author's amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Nelson moving to amend House File 2164, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A18.
Call the member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson, to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's a simple amendment. It's just deleting Section 108 out of the bill. And Mr. Speaker and members, Section 108 may seem innocuous. We're doing a report on how we can maximize our parks, possibly sell some of these off, and I guess to me that scares me. My mother and my grandparents have told me about when they came to the Minnesota and they came to this country. My grandfather, my father's side, was an immigrant off the boat. They came to this country because we had state lands to use for our kids and for the people, the working class people. So we had a place to go hunt and a place to go fish and to go camping. That's what the state forests are about. They came from the old countries where if you weren't a king or you weren't a wealthy person that had the land, you didn't have the opportunity to do that. In fact, the whole story of Robin Hood is about Robin Hood killing the king's deer. That was illegal to do because that was the king's land and that wasn't the people's land. These state parks, these state lands is our people's lands, and we should preserve these and not be looking out way to maximize profits off them and turn them over to private corporations or sell them off so that private people have these. We should be keeping these lands for the state of Minnesota and for our children and our grandchildren. So I say That's why I'm bringing this amendment. Please vote green.
The member from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Nelson, this report doesn't say we're going to close state parks. This report is asking the agency to come back and evaluate, and is there a chance to repurpose a park, maybe make it a state recreation area? Maybe it would be better served to be a county park or whatever it may be. And yes, God forbid, maybe it doesn't belong to it doesn't make sense for it to be a state park anymore, and possibly could be a private recreation park, maybe a private campground or something. We have to keep all our options forward as we go along and realize that I think currently we have about a $20 million appropriation to help out our state parks from the general fund. They don't run as well as they used to on their user fees. And so this is asking the department to come back and look, is there some repurposing we can do? Are there two state parks geographically located close together? Could we merge them and call them one park, and would that allow staff to better utilize and be better for the staff to be better utilized? This is just asking the state to come back. As I said earlier, I'm not a big one on reports that don't do anything. I think in our last year's bill we only had 2 reports. They were very good ones. This isn't a report that's really important and we need to do when we come back next year to do the good work that we're going to need to do. And members, please vote no on the Nelson Amendment.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Nelson, the king is becoming the government here today. That's where things are going in this state with the over amount of land purchases, and I talked about that yesterday. But the reality is here, we've got 72 state parks in this state, 4 of which actually turn a profit. 4. That means 68 are losing money left and right. And we're subsidizing them from the general fund. We have to get in and at least figure out why, and look at some other options. Some other states are doing some creative things, and for us to stick our head in the sand and continue and allow the king to run the place. The king is a state government here that isn't paying attention to the people. The people need to speak on this, and this gives the ability for that to happen. Please oppose the amendment.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I'd like to call for a roll call.
Representative Nelson's requested roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. Representative Nelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my friend, Mr. Drazkowski, the idea that the government is the king now. The government, we are a government of the people, and these are the people's parks. These is the people's land, and if we're looking at, like the Representative McNamara said, selling these off or possibly selling them off for private parks or private campgrounds, it's one step away from that then become private land where nobody gets to use it. We have a lot of fights on this floor here from our friends from northern Minnesota about all the parkland that they have up there, all the public land we have up there. But part of that is because in the southern part of the state, we sold all that land off. And so the people down here in the southern part of Minnesota have to go to northern Minnesota to access those state parks. I don't think we should be looking at selling these off. I don't think we should be looking at doing that. That's a bad precedent for the state of Minnesota. And like I said, vote green.
Discussion. The member from St. Louis, Representative Gauthier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, yesterday when you were buying land, it was socialism. Today it's the monarchy, and we forget we're the government of the people, Representative Drazkowski.
Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, a roll call being requested on the amendment. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 55 ayes and 71 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Abler and others moving to amend House File 2164, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 424.
Call the member from Anoka, Representative Abler, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This actually asks the Three Rivers Park District to use some of their surplus funds to create some summer internships. And I'll work with them in the, over this course of the, as this moves forward to help that to happen. I urge your support.
Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Abler amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Knuth moving to amend House File 2164, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 822.
Call the member from Ramsey, Representative Knuth, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. My amendment is another attempt to make sure that parents in Minnesota have the good information they need to make healthy decisions for their children in the products that they purchase for use by their children or the products purchased by their children. In Minnesota, we've made some good progress on comprehensive chemical policy reform, which is basically we have asked our Department of Health to list chemicals that are toxic, cancer-causing, mutagenic, toxic in different ways that are found in our environment and that are also found in human bodies and then are produced at high levels and are also found in children's products. And our Department of Health has done a good job and created a list of 7 chemicals, including lead, cadmium, BPA, formaldehyde, and a number of flame retardants and phthalates. And so we now have this list, and the our Pollution Control Agency recommends that the next step is that we require manufacturers and distributors of children's products in Minnesota to basically let us know whether or not these chemicals like formaldehyde, lead, cadmium, or others are in the products being purchased for children in our state. So it's not requiring the phase out of any chemicals, members. It's not requiring anything like that. It's just making sure that parents have good information when they buy products for their children and making sure that they can make good decisions about whether or not they want to buy products with lead, cadmium, BPA, formaldehyde, or other toxic chemicals. And this is what's recommended by our Pollution Control Agency as the next step in making sure that children in Minnesota have safe, healthy products. And when I had this amendment before, members, I handed out some handouts, and one was the list of different priority chemicals, and I said there's a list of 7. I also handed out the page from the report from our Pollution Control Agency about the recommendation for the next step of basically making sure that companies have to tell us if they're putting toxic chemicals in the products they're selling in Minnesota for children. And then also I handed out a report that showed some testing that was done by a number of nonprofits nationally and included some products from Minnesota, particularly cheap jewelry, finding levels of lead and cadmium higher than the federal regulations allowed for. And so, members, I think it's pretty clear that this is a problem. In addition to lead and cheap jewelry, you can find formaldehyde in different children's shampoos and hygienic products. You can find formaldehyde in things like sheets and pajamas, and so the kind of things that come into contact with children on a daily, if not a daily basis, certainly weekly. And I think, members, this is something that parents need to know and deserve to know, and this is a really common sense next step as we make down the path of making sure all the products bought for children in Minnesota are healthy. And it's really about keeping kids healthy and making sure parents have good information to make good choices for their kids. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a roll call.
Representative Knuth requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. The member from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Knuth, as you know, we have done some good legislation, specifically the BPA, the baby bottle stuff that we did. And this is the kind of stuff I do look forward to having the discussion next year on this issue, if this is something that I know you won't be here, Representative Knut, but Representative Wagenius will be, and others on the committee will be most likely, and I look forward to having this discussion next year. Please vote no.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Knuth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, thank you, Representative McNamara. I appreciate you being willing to at least have the discussion, since we didn't have discussion about this issue this year. And I think it's important for members to know we have the information we need. We know that these 7 different chemicals, including cadmium, lead, BPA, formaldehyde, and different toxic flame retardants, are toxic. They're out in the environment. They're in products that are purchased for children and used by children, and frankly, they're found in our bodies. And I think that parents deserve to be able to make healthy decisions without having to do a full-on research report every time they go out and purchase these things. And so what I'm just asking is that the state of Minnesota helps partner with parents to make sure they can make healthy choices for their children. And it's not a huge step forward in terms of phasing out these chemicals or anything like that. It's just really the next common sense step. And I would ask members to vote yes, and to make sure that Minnesota parents have the information they need to make healthy choices for their kids and the products they buy for their kids.
Seeing no further discussion, a roll call being requested. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 67 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment that asks the clerk will report the next amendment.
Drazkowski and others moving to amend House File 2164, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A45.
Call the member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment would provide that if you have a lake or a body of water on your private property that is completely surrounded by your private property and it is not meandered or is unmeandered, meaning there is not a stream or culvert or any other flow of water coming in or out of that body of water, and it's 40 acres or less, that it would no longer be termed public, it would be termed private, and that would, members, match the fact that we have landowners that are paying taxes on these bodies of water, and the government is in a situation where they have in statute, and legislatures in the past in statute have deemed these to be public waters. And what that means is you as a private landowner at that point are subject to all the controls the government has placed on those waters, including limiting your access and ability to do with those waters what you do with your private land. So this is a property rights vote, members. I encourage you to support the amendment.
Discussion. The member from Blue Earth, Representative Cornish.
Well, Mr. Speaker and members, I can't even begin to list how many bad things there are about this amendment, but starting off would be there's lakes that have numerous owners around them. Under the way this is written, you could have 10 owners around a lake and it could be private land, and 9 of the owners don't want it designated private land and 1 owner does. So I don't know how you're going to decide which direction you take. Also, if you remember the name of Joe Alexander, a former commissioner, he was a pretty conservative person. He was the one that really fought long and hard for public waters designation and public accesses. The way this amendment is written, I have sent out information to you folks. It shows about 5,500 lakes would fall under a non-public designation. That would totally screw up ordinances, shoreland management, setbacks, everything else. the way this amendment is written, it's a nightmare for local governments to figure out what they're going to do and redesignate things like setback for sewer systems, public versus private lakes. And 40 acres is huge. 40 acres would cover most of the grounds here at the Capitol in both directions. The farmers here that know that farming a 40, you know the size of a 40, that's a huge loss of a public waters. And I guess I can't understand the reasoning that the amendment was written in this way, but it would totally mess up everything that we fought for public waters over the years. And right now, if you're completely surrounded by private land, the only way you could get in is if a body of water a culvert came up next to the lake that you could get off within the right-of-way, or if a stream flowed into a lake that was completely surrounded, you could float into it. So I really don't see what the problem we're trying to get at is here, and it's a real bad amendment. I hope people would vote no.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Genius.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Cornish made some very good points that I would agree with. I just would add one. When there are several property owners on a lake, you're setting up conflicts between those property owners. One wants to be right on the lake, one wants to put sewage going into the lake, another doesn't. This is a very bad amendment, folks. Vote no.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Rukavina.
Well, Mr. Speaker and members, and I think I catch the reason for Representative Cornish, and maybe Representative Drazkowski, if he would yield for a question, because I'd like to ask him.
You will yield, Representative Rukavina.
Representative Drazkowski, I think that you meant to draft this being one landowner, and maybe if I'm wrong, but I think that's the way that you wanted to draft it, and if you'd consider it a friendly amendment on line 2.4, after the word by, insert one private and then change the word land to landowner, I think would accomplish what you perhaps intended, Representative Drazkowski, because I know this is an issue in my district too. When one of my constituents found out that their 25-acre what's classified as a lake, Representative Cornish, completely surrounded by that private landowner's land, was classified as a lake by the Department of Natural Resources. So, Representative Drazkowski, would that be a friendly amendment, or would you consider that?
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Rukavina. Yes, Representative, I would take that as a friendly amendment.
Then, Mr. Speaker, I would offer that if the Chief Clerk got that.
Representative Rukavina, the Chief Clerk will report. Chief Clerk will report the incorporation into Representative Drazkowski's amendment.
Rukavina moving to amend the Drazkowski amendment as follows. On page 2, line 4, after by, insert 1. And then after land, insert owner.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And members, I had talked to Representative Drazkowski about this when I found out from my constituent what was classified as a lake, Representative Cornish and members. And for my good friend and an environmental hero who I love next to me, Representative Hansen, I found out that in an incorporated township, and by the way, many of the farmers in the room probably don't know what an unincorporated township is, which I have many in my district. Representative Anselson Dill does. And in an incorporated township, which I live in Pike, any body of water over 2.5 acres, Representative Cornish, is being considered now by the DNR as private land. So, Representative Cornish, would you yield as our in-house fish cop? I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I could, please.
Representative Rukavina, 1 minute. I want to confirm with Representative Drazkowski that you do indeed incorporate Representative Rukavina's oral change. Representative from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
I did, and I'm willing to do that, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Drazkowski. If Representative Cornish will yield, Representative Rukavina, you have the floor.
Representative Cornish, if you were still a game warden and I had my property and it was completely surrounded and I had, let's say, a couple of ponds that were 2.8 acres in size, would that land, under current law then, would that be public waters, and would you be entitled to come on my property and check things out and see if my decoys are taken in at night or whatever?
Member from Blue Earth, Representative Cornish.
Mr. Speaker and members, it's kind of a complicated question. I'll try to answer it best I can. I think the public waters has got a different definition as far as entrance onto it by us, or as far as how you're using the term public waters, whether it refers to, protection from pollution or entry. I can tell you it's not probable cause that would bring you on it, but reasonable suspicion. You'd need probable cause to make an arrest, but reasonable suspicion that a violation is occurring would probably allow you to come onto the land, like it always has. There's some states out west where you can't go onto private land. In Minnesota, due to a Supreme Court case that was decided by some enforcement action years ago up in your area, there's what the attorneys might recognize here is called the open fields doctrine. In other words, if an enforcer is off of your land and sees reason to believe there could be reasonable suspicion there might be a violation, yes, they could enter it. As far as just walking on your public land looking around, I don't think that would be allowed.
Member from St. Louis, Representative Rukavina.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if I had decoys out on the 4th of July when you said you don't enforce the laws the other day, then would you come on my land and check it out, Representative Cornish?
Representative Cornish will yield. The member from Blue Earth, Representative Cornish.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Rukavina, yes, that would be a direct violation. Leave your decoys out on that, and then we would be allowed to come in and grab them.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Rukavina.
Well, members, all jesting aside here, this is a pretty big property rights issue that I don't think a lot of people, particularly rural members, know is out there. And I don't know what the right size is, Representative Cornish. I see you sent out an email, and I know that Representative Drazkowski and I were trying to get some information for a few weeks here on Representative Drazkowski's part, and he didn't get it. But, it seems that the Department of Natural Resources can find out information and get it out to people when they oppose something. But when we're trying to get information for the sake of information, it's a hard time gathering it. Members, I don't think when a person is paying property taxes on 120 acres and they've got a number of ponds that are 4 or 5 or 6 acres, all of a sudden to find out that you've been paying property taxes for years on land and the DNR comes and tells you you don't own that property anymore, that it's their property, is a pretty big property rights issue. So I think the Drazkowski amendment makes sense. I don't know what the right number is, but if it's unmeandered water, if it's completely surrounded by private land by one landowner, I don't see, unless Representative Cornish, they've got helicopters now with pontoons that I don't know about. I can't understand any other way that a game warden or the DNR would get on that private property to enforce the law. So members, it kind of seems to me like it's that federal pillow law, that don't remove this tag or threat of arrest. It's an unenforceable law that seems to me to be kind of a violation of private landowner rights. So I would support the Drazkowski amendment.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Clark. For what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for a point of personal privilege.
State your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, I'd like us to welcome some of our friends and neighbors. You may have heard that today is Muslim Day at the Capitol, and sponsored by the Muslim American Society of Minnesota. We have our constituents here from all across the state, and I would just like to ask us to welcome them. They are here to meet with their legislators. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Wagenius.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Drazkowski, you didn't know the consequences of the First Amendment you had, and I think it's safe to say none of us know the consequences of your amendment as amended. I certainly don't know the consequences, but right away I think about the fact that you're talking about helicopters coming in. I'm thinking about water going out. If you have carp in your lake or zebra mussels in your lake, the rest of us do have an interest in that. And I can't tell you what the consequences of this amendment are, but I can also tell you, but I for sure can tell you this is something that should be done in committee where folks can testify and we look at the drainage issues and what they mean. Given that, I'm going to vote no.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Drazkowski please stand for a question?
He will. Representative Swedzinski.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Drazkowski, just one question for you also, kind of stemming from high water points. Because rise and fall of water levels, is there a date that maybe we could set in your bill that would kind of firm up a certain period of time? Because, you know, if we're talking a specific number, 40 acres, there are some properties that are going to be, depending on the year and the water levels, rain levels, drought, or monsoon, would increase or decrease the size of that water. Is there a certain date maybe we could set into that your amendment to maybe kind of set that standard of what year we're looking at when that's going to be 40 acres, so that, you know, maybe it decreases to 45 acres or 50 acres during a heavy rain year, or drops down below that target in a different year? Just a general question. Thank you.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Swedzinski, you know, it's an interesting idea. I haven't really thought about that, but you know, we could set something around a high water mark or something like that. But you know, I expect that the DNR knows how many of these lakes are under 40 acres. I would expect that they're going to apply that same standard that they use for the classification when they counted these lakes, to consider which of these would be public and which would not under this amendment. So I'm pretty confident if they can count the number of lakes under that size right now, they know what that size is, and we'll use the same size going forward.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson P.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker and members. Very interesting amendment. I have a situation back in my district. A constituent had a small lake or slough in his pasture, and over the years, with all of the rain we've had, and especially last year, the body of water got bigger and bigger. And now it's up against a township road, which means it's a public access. So people are stopping on the road, dropping their canoes or boats in off the township road, and going all over his farm, which had been private land up until the last couple of years. And his question now is, being this is a public body of water, folks can drop boats and go all over what used to be his pasture. Should he pay real estate taxes on that property anymore? It's a question we've asked, and going to get a ruling from tax people, but this is a problem that is affecting a lot of folks in rural areas, and I appreciate the amendment, and thank you much, Representative Drazkowski.
Discussion. The member from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just wondering if Representative Drazkowski will stand for a couple of questions.
He will yield. Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Drazkowski, are you aware of what the financial cost of this amendment would be? Are you aware that all the local cities and counties would have to change their shoreland ordinances currently?
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative McNamara, it's interesting you asked that question. As Representative Riccovino was pointing out earlier, in the discussion thread that came, I think, originally from Representative Cornish, he asked the DNR apparently sometime between yesterday, when I started talking about this amendment, and today about this particular amendment, came back with all kinds of detail. Well, Representative McNamara, you and I had a discussion yesterday about some of the frustrations that I have had in acquiring information from the DNR about some of the amendments or ideas that I bring forward. This is one of them. And I asked them over the last couple of weeks about some of these numbers around lakes. The original estimate was, well, maybe we got about 4,000, but they weren't really sure. And that was the detail, the information that we had. But of course, then we see in the memo that comes from them that, well, this would be a terrible thing because we'd have to change all of these local government ordinances around these that have been built around these over the years. These lakes that I need to remind you, Representative McNamara, the private landowners have been paying taxes on this. And Representative, I haven't really thought about what those costs to those landowners who have been paying those taxes and having to abide by all the controls that the government has placed upon these lakes and upon this private land have caused those millions of private landowners in Minnesota. But equally, I guess I haven't really thought about what the government's expenses, the local unit of government's expenses are in fixing, if we do adopt this amendment, the direction that unfortunately they have been sent in the past.
The member from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Representative Drazkowski, if I heard your answer, you don't have a clue what it's going to cost local units of government for your amendment. What additional things will property owners be able to do now if this amendment gets adopted that they can't currently do?
Representative Drazkowski will yield. The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, a little bit, Representative McNamara, about the first question. Local units of government would also have less liability with this amendment, too. They wouldn't have to be going out and however they are patrolling and controlling these lands and these wetlands on these private lands. So there would also be admittedly reduced costs to the local unit of government. We equally don't know what that reduced cost or savings to the local unit of government would be as well. Some of the things they would be able to do, or the private landowner would be able to do, I expect they would be able to use these resources in ways that are currently prohibited under the many lists of regulation that our state government has placed upon these waters.
The member from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Drazkowski, can you give me an example of what they could do if your amendment's adopted?
Representative Drazkowski will yield. The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative McNamara, I expect if they'd want to whack some weeds down on the edge of the shore of the water, which might be prohibited by some state law that exists now, or they might want to develop some access into there, or they might want to water some livestock or do some other things that they would do with their private resource, I would expect they would now be able to do that, which is prohibited currently by state law.
Member from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Drazkowski, which of those things you just alluded to is currently not allowed under current law and will be allowed? You referenced a couple of different things about watering livestock or mowing the grass, or your terminology you used for removing the weeds. What of those on the property will they be able to do after this amendment's adopted that they can't do now? I'm still trying to understand. I haven't heard one thing that you said that would change from current law that they would now be able to be allowed to do on this body of water.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski, will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative McNamara, this would become, as they have been paying taxes on this land area, this water that occupies land area. They've been paying property taxes on it. It would allow them the freedom, Representative McNamara, to do what they want to do with that part of their land without checking in with the government first.
Member from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Drazkowski, I won't ask a fourth time. You still have not told me one thing they will now be able to do that they couldn't do before. You have not told me one thing. You've alluded to some things they might be able to do on their dry land, on their land. This amendment doesn't have anything to do with that. This has to do with the designation of the body of water. You know what they'll be able to do, members? They'll be able to drain it. They'll be able to drain it. That's what they'll be able to do, Representative Drazkowski. They'll be able to go into their private wetland and drain it. They might be subjected to some wacko requirements. Representative Drazkowski, there's all kinds of complications in your amendment that I don't think you've thought about. This is a bad idea, members. It's not well thought out. Representative Drazkowski, this was brought to our committee weeks ago. I asked you to work on it, to research it, and find out what's involved. Clearly, you don't know what's involved with your amendment. It's got all kinds of implications. It's got huge fiscal costs. I'm not going to stand up and go to 4.05 and tell you it doesn't jive. I just know it doesn't. What else is it going to do? It's going to remove the classification of natural environmental lakes. Maybe some people like that. Maybe some people think we should just go drain the wetlands. Well, Representative Drazkowski, I'm not going to support that. That's foolishness, and this amendment is really bad.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Rukavina.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative McNamara, I would argue the opposite. A lot of people, particularly in the agricultural area of Minnesota, aren't aware of this. I'm sure Representative Torkelson, McNamara, all Hamilton, others here aren't aware of it. And you know, when you've been paying on 640 acres or 120 acres like I have, for instance, and you find out that a number of your ponds are all of a sudden classified as public waters, should there be bill payments? I would argue the opposite, that once this word gets out that this is the way the DNR is classifying public waters, I would argue there are going to be a lot of people are saying, wait a minute, why am I paying taxes on that if it's public land, and are going to argue they shouldn't have to be paying at all. The exact opposite, I would say. So I can think of one thing, and I'm not a farmer, but if you graze your cattle, Representative Anderson, you graze cattle, it goes down by the pond that's yours, enclosed, it's unmeandered, there's no water flowing in or out other than rainwater and evaporation, and all of a sudden, can the DNR tell you that you can't graze those cattle close to that pond area because it's public water? These are questions that need to be answered by the Department of Natural Resources, and when they won't give you information, it's hard to get those answers. So, you know, I'm glad we're having a discussion here. If I go, and I've got these little ponds, so Representative Cornish, if I trap leeches out of those little ponds on my property, am I violating the law? Do I need a leech permit? Maybe some of us need leech permits on here on the body, but that's a whole other issue. So, no, you're raising a lot of questions that I think need to be brought up here, and that is people paying on their private property that all of a sudden find out, I don't have 120 acres anymore, I got 80 acres, or I got 55 acres. So I think the Drazkowski Amendment is a good amendment, and it certainly is a good private property rights argument here today on the House floor. Happy Easter.
Member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Mike Benson yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Benson, I'm asking you because I see that you're a co-signer on this. And what I'd like to know is, I know in our area we've got Lake Zumbro, and I know there's been some bonding requests to dredge Lake Zumbro, and I know it's surrounded by private property. I know it's probably not in your district. I suspect it's in Representative Quam's. I'm not really sure. But I'm asking you, because you're signed on to this amendment, whether that would be affected by this amendment. And Mr. Speaker, before he answers, I'd also like to request a roll call on the amendment.
Representative Liebling has requested a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The member from Olmsted, Representative Benson M.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to Representative Liebling. As the bill was amended, it would not pertain to that, and no, it's in Representative Kwan's district, but as it would not pertain to Lake Zumbro.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If he would yield again, please.
He will yield. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Benson, that's probably a good thing, but when you signed on the amendment, it didn't say that, and I'm wondering, would it have applied to the broader case as you signed on?
The member from Olmsted, Representative Benson M.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It wouldn't have applied then either, because of not being surrounded by one continuous. It's meandering. It's part of a river, so it wouldn't have been included as it was originally written either.
The member from Hennepin, Representative McGuinness.
Well, thank you, Representative Benson. Just on the Lake Zumbro issue, the Lake Zumbro has a huge problem because of drainage from small places up above it. And one of the big issues of Representative Drazkowski's and your amendment is that drainage is not addressed.
Discussion. The member from Blue Earth, Representative Cornish.
Mr. Speaker and members, we've probably talked about it long enough, but just a couple of things. I didn't ask for any information to be sent from me. I just picked that up on the email. I didn't make any request to the DNR or have any time to research this. And also, you folks, especially in the agricultural area, know, and they have many lakes. You know how fussy people are about the water levels in lakes, what's called the OHW, ordinary high water mark. Sometimes dams or structures are put downstream from lakes that affect the whole lake. If this lake isn't protected, there would be no reason that people couldn't mess with that water level and bring it up and down on the outside of the lake. The lake isn't protected. Also, and you've probably noticed over the years, if somebody gets too close when they're laying tile and they can get within 300 yards of a lake, completely different property, it can drastically affect that lake. And so you could have somebody, now the lake isn't public, this doesn't even give the people a choice. If a person wants the lake to be public and wants it under all the protections, under this, you would lose it. It's just carte blanche. All lakes under 40 acres would now be non-public. There would be no voting. So somebody that thinks his or her lake is protected, all of a sudden somebody comes along with a tile 300 yards away or a quarter mile from there on the aquifer and drains that lake. Now they can't do anything about it. So it's just poorly written. And Drazkowski is a friend of mine. I don't blame him for this amendment. There's a lot of frustration. I wouldn't want anybody tramping on my land without a warrant or any of that other things, but this doesn't address that at all. This just screws up the system terribly. So, thank you.
Member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Drazkowski yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Drazkowski, I didn't know you had any lakes in your area. I thought the water all drained through, or even those of 40 acres. But my question is, just to be clear, we've had a lot of debate on this. Currently, there are lakes, 40 acres or less, that are public. And what your amendment would do is make those, with the condition that was modified, it would make them private. So is that the effect? Current public waters would become private under the amendment that you have.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hansen, correct.
The member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's all you need to know. Vote no.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been a little spurious debate here when you're talking about a dam downstream. It wouldn't affect anything in this amendment because there is no stream running into or out of a non-meandering. But I learned about this a few years ago in a local paper when a landowner who had tried to stop people from crossing his property to use a landlocked, non-meandering body of water, and the judge said no. It's public. That's public waters. You have no right to prevent the public from using that water. That's the issue. The issue is property rights. If you have something contained all inside, I thought that was a basic issue. Now there's drainage. Well, there could be drainage anywhere, especially spring after the winter thaw. But come on, let's step back, look at the property rights issue. One landowner, all encompassed. Without this, I could come up to your land and go into that water, and there's judicial precedents set up that prevents you from preventing me from trespassing on your land to get to that water. And that's why I'm supporting this amendment, because I think it's long past the time when we stood up for property rights of our citizens. Thank you.
The member from Wabasha, the author of the amendment, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, I would encourage your support of the amendment. Members, this is as Representative Quam said, this is a property rights issue. We are taxing people on this surface area and then telling them what they can't do with it, and then telling them, you know what, if we see something that's a reasonable suspicion over there, we have the ability as a government to come in and check on you, whether you're raising fish in there, or whether you're cutting weeds down, or whether you happen to be carrying a gun and hunting in the area. gives them reasonable suspicion to come onto your private land, onto your constituents' private land, without their permission. Members, I encourage your support of the amendment.
Member from Beltrami, Representative Purcell, to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to be brief. I thought I saw Representative Cornish shaking his head here when Representative Quam was talking about people, what I believe is trespassing to get onto what public waters, and I just want the record to be straight on that, because you can't walk across somebody's property to get to public waters. You can't do that. That's trespassing. You can be arrested for it. It needs to be posted. But I trust, I'm not going to ask Representative Cornish to yield, but we just have to make the record straight on that. That's not part of what's going on here, but this is not a good amendment, so vote it down.
Seeing no further discussion, a roll call being requested on the amendment. The clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 51 ayes and 74 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the next amendment.
Purcell moving to amend House File 2164, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A15.
Calling the member from Beltrami, Representative Purcell, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The A15 amendment, as you can see, it proposes to delete Section 70, page 44 of the bill. And this particular section deals with water quality standards being no more restrictive than federal standards, and it's an effort to limit the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency's assumed authority under the Federal Clean Water Act for setting water quality standards, and that this current language, what I'm trying to delete, would not allow the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency to protect our state's waters. And there is some language that says, unless by a showing of clear and convincing evidence, and that's a pretty high hurdle. I don't believe that that's where we want to be at all in trying to protect Minnesota waters. In fact, I think there's a little bit of a lack of understanding in regard to this and what the Clean Water Act is intending to do. And thank you.
1 minute, Representative Purcell. Members, if you could please take your conversations to the alcoves, or better yet, the retiring rooms. Representative Purcell can present his amendment. Representative Purcell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm glad to see we got a little bit of a hubbub going on the other side over there over that last amendment. Evidently, that's good. And we should have a little bit of a hubbub over this amendment too, because what the Clean Water Act lays out, members, is for states to have assumed authority for water quality standards. States set designated uses under the Federal Clean Water Act. The federal government doesn't set water quality standards. That's some misinformation that somebody's been given. The federal government sets guidance. It's up to states to implement water quality standards. The only time the federal government steps in is if a state doesn't protect its waters. Then the feds will come in and they will look at the state's waters, and they'll tell states what to do with water quality standards. So I just believe this is a little bit of wrong-headedness here in trying to limit our state's capability here, and in fact this is probably going to hurt us if we allow it to go forward rather than help us. And indeed, I'm going to give you one example, and I'm remiss that Representative Rukavina isn't here in front of me to hear this, but this could really put a kibosh on this sulfate standard thing that we're working on. You know, this says that water quality, this is the current language in the bill, water quality standards that were adopted before the date that exceed federal standards remain in effect. That's what this current language says. There's no sulfate standard. The federal government doesn't have a sulfate standard. So that means we're locked into 10, members. That means we're locked into 10. And I think you've heard me say that I believe 10's not a bad number for sulfate for protecting wild rice. It may go up a little. I don't think it'll go down. It's not going to go up to 200 or 500 or some of the things that have been proposed. But we're going to lock ourselves in with this current language. And this comes from information that provided by the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency too. So I don't think there's a full understanding of what's going on here. You know, we're blessed in this state. We've got some good soil for agriculture. We've got timber. We've got clean water, an abundance of it, groundwater and surface water. All we have to do is protect it. Now, folks talk a lot about let's go look at states that are around us. Go over to North Dakota, South Dakota. What do they have? Well, North Dakota's got some oil. They got some coal. That's going to be gone. That's going to be gone. How many decades, how many centuries? That oil will be gone, 50 years, 60 years. What are they going to have for economic development? They'll be back to wheat, huh? They got a couple lakes over there. If we protect our water quality in this state, we've got tourism, a huge industry in this state forever. But we have to protect it. Why in the world, and this really surprises me, why in the world would you all on the other side want to give authority to the federal government for the state of Minnesota water quality standards? It boggles my mind, I got to tell you, it really does. I hear quite the opposite preached in a lot of ways, that the federal government's a big boogeyman in all of this. And now they're great. We're going to give them authority for water quality standards for Minnesota. No, this is not the way to go. Please accept this amendment and vote green on this, on the A15 amendment. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd like a roll call.
Representative Purcell requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment. Discussion. Representative from Watonwan, Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I think there's a bit of misinterpretation about the purpose of this particular clause in the bill. First, it states that current Minnesota water laws remain in place. And to interpret that to say that they remain in place forever, I think is a misinterpretation. Certainly, if there's water quality laws that need to be changed, such as a sulfate standard, this particular section of the bill would not eliminate that ability to change those standards. That's not the purpose of the section. If we need clarifying language, I would be happy to entertain an amendment to that effect. Second, it states in here that we can implement new Minnesota water quality standards if we have clear and convincing evidence. Why on earth would you want to put restrictions in place without clear and convincing evidence? It seems to me that's the proper way to put water quality standards in place, is by applying clear and convincing evidence. If you want PCA to just throw regulation in there for the heck of it, maybe you should vote green on this amendment. But I think clear and convincing evidence is certainly the proper way that we would implement water quality standards. With that, ladies and gentlemen of the House, I would appreciate you to vote red on this amendment.
Discussion. Clerk will take the roll on the amendment. It's enough. Clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 67 nays, the A15 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Green, moving to amend House File 2164 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A11.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this bill, or this amendment, I'm sorry, the current language of the bill requires the PCA and the DNR to act on what they will determine as minor permits within 60 days, and failure to deny those permits within 60 days counts as approval. What this amendment does is essentially get rid of that bill language. There are 5 reasons why I propose to you that this is a bad idea. First of all, this 60-day time limit is arbitrary and it doesn't allow for analysis or due diligence. These decisions are often not kind of red light, green light decisions, but they're more setting limits, providing numbers that are based on data. So the 60 days is not enough. Additionally, neighbors and other citizens won't have a chance to weigh in. The current bill language gets rid of a 30-day comment period, and of course we want to give the public an opportunity to weigh in. Permit time will actually increase because the permit agencies are going to deny permits in order to make the deadline and then encourage applicants to resubmit, or worse yet, they will defer to the federal government and just say, look, we'll just let the federal government decide, and I'm sure that many of you don't want that. The fourth reason is that courts in at least one other state have struck down provisions like this as unconstitutional because they don't allow for due process. So another reason not to go here. And last but not least, the shorter timeline is going to raise staffing levels and will essentially shift staffing away from bigger projects in order to take care of the projects on this short timeline, and that means that larger, major permits won't have the staffing needed, their timelines will get increased, and in a sense you could say that some of those bigger projects are kind of job-creating projects, and they will be delayed. So I ask for your support on this amendment, and Mr. Speaker, I would like to have a roll call.
Roll call having been requested, are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Green, I just want to be sure everyone knows this is permissive. We're saying to Commissioner Landwehr, Commissioner Austin, if you want to deem them to be very minor permits, you can. If they don't consider them minor, they're not minor, and it doesn't apply. This is one of those common sense things where we're saying, you know what? Let's kind of streamline government a little bit, see if we can move things forward. The commissioner thinks it's a minor permit. They can say, you know what, this is a very minor permit. We'll streamline the process. If not, doesn't need to happen. Vote no.
Discussion. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just respond to that point that then existing law is permissive. Existing law allows the PCA and the DNR to have the public comment period and then approve on a quick timeline. So why do we need to get involved?
Discussion. Gentleman from Watonwan, Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, the reason for getting involved is to assure permit seekers in the state of Minnesota that their permits will be handled with expediency. We do have some permit classifications now that are handled in a fairly quick fashion, construction stormwater permits, for instance. There's a capability of doing these permits online, and this new law just really puts into statute an indication to those seeking permits that they'll get their permits in a timely fashion.
Discussion. Clerk will take the roll on the A11 amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 42 ayes and 83 nays, the A11 amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Winkler moving to amend House File 2164, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A36.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The gentleman from Hennepin.
Mr. Speaker, one of the many challenges with this bill, one of the many problems with this bill, is a number of sections that removes authority of the State Executive Council from oversight over the state's resources. And in this particular bill, it relates to mineral leases as well as timber sales. These are public resources that are harvested and put up for sale. And the unique role of the Executive Council in Minnesota, the 5 members of the 5 statewide constitutional officers, is to provide kind of an overall broad and somewhat diverse, at least, view of how to manage state resources. For example, the Executive Council oversees the state investments, the pension funds. The State Investment Board ultimately reports up to the Executive Council. And so even though decisions about mineral leases in the last year might not have been popular, or timber sale decisions might not be popular in the future, or the fact that there are 5 Democrats currently who are statewide constitutional officers instead of a mix of Democrats and Republicans, as it has typically been in the past, we still should have that broad oversight over these issues. And whether it's state investment dollars, the billions of dollars we have invested there, or the billions of dollars in resources that we have in minerals and timbers across the state, the Executive Council is the best place to provide that oversight. And so, members, I think we should, the amendment, the A36 amendment, deletes all sections of the bill that removes that oversight authority from the Executive Council where it properly belongs. And members, I'd ask you to think about whether you think it's better to give all that authority to the DNR Commissioner, which is essentially what the bill does. It takes away from the constitutional officers and gives all the power to the DNR Commissioner, also known as the governor in this case. So the governor has final authority for all of this stuff instead of the 5 constitutional officers. And I would think that regardless of partisan standpoints or environmental versus resource and revenue position, there's a better likelihood of getting a balanced view if you have all 5 constitutional officers weighing in on this rather than just one, which is the governor and the commissioner of natural resources. So members, I would urge you to vote yes on the A36 amendment and maintain the long tradition of having a broad executive oversight over the state's resources.
Discussion to the Winkler amendment. Gentleman from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to let members know where this has come from. This is one of those provisions that, this is centuries old. This is like our get out of jail card free. Unfortunately, we can't get rid of that because if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Speaker, I think it's in the Constitution. It goes back into the 1800s when we would be worried somebody like Representative Fabian or Representative Dill might come on their way down to the Capitol to vote, and they had, I think it's back from the days when they had like the Prohibition and the guys from Chicago had guns in the windows and they'd block the road so Representative Dill's predecessor, Representative Fabian's, couldn't get down to the Capitol to vote. Well, this provision is that old, members. This is back in the days when we had the State Executive Council, so that the executive members, the Secretary of State, the Attorney General, the Governor, could make decisions where they wanted them to be involved, because we didn't have the transparency and such we have today. I'm going to read this is from our fiscal note, what the DNR said about this provision. The need for this approval creates additional administrative review that is unnecessarily and inefficient. There is sufficient existing forest management policy with interdepartment planning and control procedures where track guidelines are established. The Executive Council retains the authority for formulate and establish rules it deems advisable for the transaction of timber business. This is an agency saying they don't need it anymore. This is from their fiscal note. Please vote no.
Discussion. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, every day is an interesting day here. Today, democracy is inefficient. That it's inefficient to have statewide elected officials be responsible for the state's resources. If I hear the chair of the Environment Committee speak, he's saying because this is old, we should get rid of it. Because this protection that our grandparents and forefathers had the idea to put this in for public protection, that was a long time ago, we should get rid of it. And because an agency, which I often hear members of the other side talk about how bad the agency is, because the agency says, well, it's inefficient. Apparently, democracy, we can't have statewide elected officials making these decisions. Of course it's inefficient, because these are the public's resources. Representative Winkler is trying to remove this bad piece of legislation, this bad language in here that apparently the majority feels has to go because it's been there for so long, we just don't need it anymore. Members, that's not a good enough reason. We need the public, statewide elected officials to protect the public resource. Vote for the Winkler amendment.
Gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative McNamara, I'd just like to correct your statement a little bit. I have a letter here from 4 agencies, Agriculture, Bowser, PCA, and DNR, who jointly oppose these provisions in the bill. So it isn't the agency asking you to take power away from elected officials and give it to an agency. They're actually saying a change is not warranted at this time. So members, we are taking power away from people who are elected directly by the people and giving it to a commissioner and ultimately the governor. We're putting all this control over the state's resources in one person's hands, and I think that's a mistake. We wouldn't do it with the State Board of Investment. We shouldn't do it with the state's mineral and timber rights.
Gentleman from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Winkler, you are right. It was mentioned in the letter from 4 different commissioners. But evidently their own fiscal note says from the Department of Natural Resources, it's unnecessary and inefficient. Those are the words in Section 26, page 8 of the fiscal note. That's from the Department of Natural Resources, who's affected by this. Thank you. Please vote no.
Discussion. Clerk will take the roll on the A36 amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 56 ayes and 68 nays, the A36 amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Rukavina and others moving to amend the House File 2164, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 438.
The gentleman from St. Louis, Representative Rukavina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative McNamara, you know, for years now, I'm kind of like Representative Kahn. I don't give up, and for years I've been trying to help some of the older senior deer hunters to get a deer by having deer baiting, just like we do for the bears. So I've offered this amendment up, and I have to tell you that would Representative Dill yield for a question?
Representative Rukavina, the amendment has not been distributed. Members, you do not have this amendment yet. We will not vote on it until members have the amendment, but we will discuss it. The gentleman from St. Louis will yield to the gentleman from St. Louis. Representative Rukavina.
Well, Representative Dill and members, since you don't have it, what it does is allows deer baiting for people 65 and older, and they have to remove their bait no less than 3 days before the opening of fire season. And I got asked to do this by a senior citizen in my area, but I want Representative Dill and members to know how popular it is, because Representative Dill, if you yield, do you know E.J. Dawson from 5 Seasons Sports by any chance? In Evelyn.
The gentleman from St. Louis.
Representative Rukavina, yes, I would. And he has a thriving business on the Iron Range, and he is well in tune with people regarding hunting and fishing issues.
And
gentleman from St. Louis.
So you've heard that. In Representative Dill's unbiased opinion, we have a gentleman who's been taking a unscientific poll, I might add. I'm done with you for now, Representative Dill. But anyway, in his unscientific poll, Mr. Speaker, members, he's had Representative McNamara 38-1 in favor of my bill, which I couldn't get a hearing on, but that wasn't your fault. It was Representative Hackbarth. But anyhow, 38-1, the people support it. And so, Representative McNamara, I think it's a good amendment, and certainly in the forested areas of Minnesota would cause no harm. And I've got, when the amendment is passed out, a very bipartisan group, Representative Fabian, Erickson, Dill, and Rukavina, who often don't agree on a lot of things, but still on this we all agree. So, members, I would appreciate your support on this, and I'm kind of wondering if Representative McNamara is going to give me one here. I'd appreciate to hear his opinion.
Discussion. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we actually don't have it in the back row here yet, but I'm pretty sure I know this amendment by heart. Is it the over 65? Yeah. Members, this is a bad idea. If you were going to bring it up, Representative Rukavina, I would have brought it up on the on Representative Hackbarth's game and fish bill. But members, we've had some real serious problems with deer baiting, unfortunately, and it's really, what's really sad is some other states actually allow this. It's very unethical, and members, please vote no.
Gentleman from St. Louis, Representative Huntley.
Just a comment, Mr. Speaker, for Representative Rukavina. You know, you might get more votes on this if you put "and veterans."
And I would accept that as to incorporate that as a friendly amendment.
Discussion. Gentleman from St. Louis, Representative Dill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, my first big problem with deer baiting is the DNR. Because, I mean, we're flying helicopters and airplanes and chasing people that are putting out some sugar beets and some corn and spending a lot of money doing that. And I hear the argument in committee, and having chaired Game and Fish before, I've heard all this argument about CWD. And Representative Drasowski's got a little problem with it down in his area, but not in the forested area up there. And we have thousands and thousands of people that are baiting deer right in their backyard and in feeders, and they're congregating. And I just don't see the issue with it. Frankly, I'd like to have baiting season round for everyone, but I know that isn't going to pass. So, you know, I have been being lobbied long and hard for baiting, like what Representative Rukavina has described. And I'd like to support the amendment, at least get it to conference committee so we can discuss it some more and have the DNR come and testify, because we didn't have any testifying in the, because we didn't have it in a bill that was heard in committee. So I don't see the difficulty of at least continuing to discuss it, because this bill will certainly go to a conference committee. Thank you.
Discussion. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Kahn.
Well, Mr. Speaker, have we had a roll call vote on this?
There has not been a roll call requested.
Well, I think I'd like to request a roll call vote, and then I have some questions.
Roll call having been requested. Are the 15 hands seeing 15 hands? There will be a roll call. The lady from Hennepin.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I guess it's to the author of the bill, of the amendment. How does the deer know that the bait has been put down by someone who is 65 years or older?
Is the lady from Hennepin asking the gentleman from St. Louis to yield? The gentleman will yield. The gentleman from St. Louis.
Well, I could say that I thought you were going to ask if the bait was made in the USA, but I think the point here being, members, and Representative Kahn, I'm glad that you got me to get up one more time. And Representative Cornish can maybe nod his head if I'm telling the truth or not, but I believe the DNR currently, with money that comes from license fees, pays farmers to grow corn to feed deer. And that those farmers then can stand, and there's nothing that prohibits them from standing on the edge of the field and shooting the deer that they got paid to grow corn for. Now, if I am mistaken about that, Representative Kahn and members, then I wish Representative Cornish or someone would stand up and correct me on that. But I believe that is the truth, and I just can't understand then why some old-timer, like Representative Huntley, for instance, can't put a couple old apples off his crabapple tree out in area where he's hunting with his veteran friends, I might add, which I hope got incorporated in the amendment. I didn't hear it reread. But anyway, and so Representative Kahn, if you want to say the guns have to be made in the USA, I'd support you on this one.
Lady from Hennepin.
Well, Mr. Speaker and members, I have a lot of trouble seeing how Subdivision 1 fits in with Subdivision 5, because it seems to me that the person 65 or older, or the veteran now, could put bait all around in some very large area, and that would then prohibit anyone else from hunting in the vicinity of that area. The person has reason to know that the bait or food is present. If they ever see it when they're walking around, and you know that they've seen it walking around, then they can't hunt anywhere in that area. So I think that this is. I don't see how this would work. I don't see how you can. From what I know about not smaller animals than deer, if you put the bait or feed someplace and they're used to going there, it doesn't matter if you take it away 3 days before the start of the hearing, they'll still go there anyway. So this is just kind of really just unlimited baiting anyway. It's kind of maybe it's just a bait and switch amendment. So I suggest that we vote against it.
Discussion. The gentleman from Itasca, Representative Ansels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Rukavina, I too, like Representative Huntley, would be one of the beneficiaries of this wonderful idea here. But I have to tell you, I don't need this. I can get my deer the old-fashioned way. I don't need any bait. So I'm going to vote no.
Discussion. The gentleman from St. Louis, Representative Rukavina.
Just for a point of information for the members on the floor, Representative Ansels gets his deer the old-fashioned way, off of the deck of his house. So,
discussion. The clerk will take the roll on the 438 amendment. clerk will close the roll. There being 17 ayes and 108 nays, Banyan votes no. 108 nays. The 438 amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Ward moving to amend House File 2164, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A46.
The gentleman from Crow Wing, Representative Ward.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I was glad that Representative Rukavina went before me and was talking about baiting, because that's going to be part of... Matter of fact, Representative Rukavina and I have a lot in common. Representative Rukavina. We are about the same height. We're about the same girth. We have the same suit size, but the day that you found that out was you grabbed my suit thinking it was yours and you put it on and you couldn't figure out why that right arm went up to your armpit. I don't understand. But members, and Representative Rukavina stood up. He says, I don't give up, and I don't give up either on an important issue like aquatic invasive species attacking our lakes. I want to thank, first of all, the 60 members that voted for this amendment yesterday. And Representative McNamara came and talked to me yesterday and said, this is probably a good amendment for the environmental bill tomorrow. And thank you, Representative McNamara, for that advice. So I want to, in a bipartisan way yesterday, Democrats and Republicans who voted for this amendment yesterday. And we had 60 positive votes. So members, please reconsider your vote from yesterday if you voted no, and I'd ask you for a green vote. Matter of fact, members, I'm betting that if you go to the doors and you're campaigning this summer, and you're in an area that has a lot of lakes and a lot of lakes that have invasive species, matter of fact, even don't have the lakes, how many of you in here would think that we need to protect our waters in the state of Minnesota? And you don't have to raise your hands, but I know that all 134 of you would see that is very important for a lot of reasons in the state of Minnesota. Well, members, again, I'm going to remind you, you can't just talk the talk, you need to walk the walk. And we have to attack this epidemic in our state and do something about it. And members, I'm sure you're tired of listening to me, and I so much respect Representative Debke for her advocacy and fight for this as well, and appreciate her being right alongside of me on this. So, members, today I want you to listen to some regular citizens in the state of Minnesota. On January 24th, 2012, up in Detroit Lakes, many of you in this body and in the other body were at a aquatic invasive species summit up in Detroit Lakes. And there the Becker County Coalition of Lake Associations, the Pelican River Watershed District, and the Lake Detroiters Association released their joint 2012 aquatic invasive species legislative mandate. And in that mandate, members, and a lot of you were there, Representative Marquardt, Representative Lanning, Representative Nornis, Representative Vogel, Representative Hancock, Representative Eakin, Senators Langstaff, Representative Anderson, Senator Langstaff, Senator Hoffman, Senator Carlson. You were all at this aquatic invasive species summit in Detroit Lakes. And part of what they released, and I'm going to quote here, it says, the state of Minnesota is 10 years late in getting into this war.
Excuse me, Representative Ward. Members, if you could please it's hard to hear, if you could please take your conversations off the floor or into the retiring room, it would be greatly appreciated. The gentleman from Crow Wing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, again, the state of Minnesota is 10 years late getting into this aquatic invasive species war, and as a result, we're facing an imminent crisis. We need legislation to close loopholes in the new law, create ongoing funding for AIS, and members increase penalties for violations to levels equal to that for other natural resource violations. Terry Khalil of Becker County COLA, Vice President, is monitoring the ongoing prosecution of 2 cases in Minnesota where individuals have been charged with illegally transporting zebra mussels from infested waters. In the case of the individual charged with introducing zebra mussels into Rose Lake, just 2 miles from the Becker County line, the maximum penalty is $1,000 and 90 days in jail. Rose Lake, and here's the important part, members, Rose Lake sits near the top of the Otter Tail River chain of lakes. What this individual did was put 86 miles of river and many additional lakes at risk now for zebra mussels. A $1,000 fine is woefully inadequate for a violation that could forever alter the water and recreational experiences on Rose Lake and potentially others. And then, members, from a gentleman up in Pelican Lake, up in my area, there was a recent Star Tribune article. It was about DNR issues record number of citations for deer baiting, Representative Rukavina. And the article said, hunters in Minnesota are baiting deer like never before, and state conservation officers are handing out fines and confiscating firearms in response. Officers with the Minnesota DNR have issued 144 citations, 24 warnings, and seized 134 firearms or bows connected to baiting during this season. This is the highest number of citations issued during the deer season since the DNR began tracking these violations. Deer baiting involves strategically placing food near stands or clearings with the intent of luring a deer into close range, no matter if you're 65 years or not. This tactic has been illegal in Minnesota since 1991. The fine for illegal baiting is $300 plus $80 in court costs. Another $500 can be tacked on for restitution if the deer is seized. Guns may also be confiscated. And the constituent in Pelican Lake says, from that article, are we serious about stopping the spread of AIS in Minnesota? I bet our state has not issued 144 citations in all of 2011 for violating our aquatic invasive species laws. It is obvious that a deer is held in higher value than one of our Minnesota lakes like Minnetonka, Representative Depke. Violation of our law protecting a deer could cost the violator $380 plus $500 plus the hunter's gun. Let's get real. We need protection for our lakes from the spread of AIS. So members, don't listen to me. Listen to our constituents around the state of Minnesota who understand and value the importance of our waters, our habitat, and the attack that they are under. Members, please vote green on this amendment to increase the penalties for a violator of AIS. Thank you, member. And Mr. Speaker, I'd request a roll call.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion. The gentleman from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, as I read this, I come across a word that is half of my favorite legal description. There's a bill, some of you might remember, that I've introduced 7, 8 times, that after passing the House last time and the Senate was vetoed because of the words knowing and willful. And I see that you have the words willfully. Well, I just would like Representative Winkler to yield, please.
The gentleman from Hennepin will yield. The gentleman from Meeker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Winkler, I'm just asking you to give the legal definition of willful and how it may apply in this situation.
Gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Representative Erdahl, hate to tell you this, but I think you're talking about the A47 amendment instead of the A46 amendment. But I'd be happy to answer your question. And actually, since you mentioned it, I just happened to look, and it turns out a judge just threw out another cheeseburger lawsuit in California. They threw it out. You should be happy. That means we don't need your cheeseburger bill to save the cattle farmers from fat consumers. So, Representative Erdahl, the meaning of the word willfully is that they know that it's wrong, and they know that it's illegal, and they intentionally ignored the fact that it was illegal and did the act on purpose, not just did the act on purpose, but on purpose knowing that it was illegal. So that's what willful means, and if you want to ask me the same thing on the right amendment, I'd be happy to answer it again.
Discussion. Gentleman from Norman, Representative Eakin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to speak in favor of the amendment. Thank Representative Ward for bringing this forward. It is absolutely a critical issue that we need to address here. I was at that Aquatic Invasive Species Summit that was held, and it is a very critical issue for our area, and it was well attended. The concern out there is great, and justifiably so. Not just because of the environmental impact, but because of the economic impact it has in our communities as well, and on the tourist industry and the hospitality industry. As far as this increasing of the fines is concerned, you know, I'm hopeful that if we raise these fines to the level that Representative Ward wants to, that we won't be collecting these fines, because hopefully people won't be doing these things anymore. And that's the whole point here. It's not to make money. It's not to raise money for the state. It's to send a message out about how serious this issue is. And once word gets out, there'll be a few people, I'm sure, who will be caught by this, but once the word gets out about how seriously the state is taking it and what the penalties are, hopefully we won't have to contend with this problem any longer, as far as people not leaving their boat plugs in and things of that nature. So please support the amendment.
Discussion. The gentleman from Clay, Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members, and I rise in support of the Ward amendment. And there are a number of citizen groups around the state, as Representative Ward has mentioned, that has held a summit for a couple times now, trying to get the information out. But there is no one way, there's no silver bullet to eliminating aquatic invasive species, but it is a combination of education, enforcement, and research. And this is one part of that on the enforcement. We have to send a clear message that spreading, transporting, moving around AIS is damaging to our quality of life and to our economy. Members, please support this very common sense approach to dealing with aquatic invasive species. Please support the Ward amendment.
Discussion. Gentleman from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, we did vote this same amendment down 2 days ago on Representative Hackbarth's game and fish bill. I would ask you to again vote no. This is a very important issue, but it's about education. It isn't about how much you can nail the person for if they make a mistake. And I think it's a really important issue, and I would ask you to not vote for this amendment. Please vote no.
Discussion. The clerk will take the roll on the A46 amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 61 nays, the A46 amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Ward moving to amend House File 2164, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A47.
The gentleman from Crow Wing, Representative Ward.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd request a roll call on this one as well, please, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call. How many requests are 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Gentleman from Crow Wing, Representative Ward.
And members, thank you for walking the walk. Thank you for showing the citizens of the state of Minnesota how important this is, because it is extremely important. And we're going to go to the same amendment yesterday that we did yesterday, and this one talks about willfully. This is the amendment that Representative Erdahl referenced a minute ago with Representative Winkler. And you know, members, again, I will highlight something that I got from a constituent, and I was going to pass this out, but it isn't a real great picture. I'm just going to have you, I used to do a lot of visualization when I was coaching, and you know, I'm going to have you visualize with me. This is a trailer and a boat at the Gull Lake ramp, and the trailer has clearly milfoil hanging all over it. It's a North Dakota rig, and this gentleman purposefully backed the rig into the landing at Gull Lake, purposefully, willfully, thereby, you know, further contaminating a lake that is already significantly under attack with zebra mussel, significantly under attack. So, members, you know, and I just want to again, gentleman from Gull Lake Association, and I want to read you his comments, if I might, about this willfully kind of situation where somebody does something on purpose to put in aquatic invasive species into our lakes. And he sent me this email, and he just says, Representative Ward, here are a few more points on the aquatic invasive species problem. Although we've lost the battle on Gull Lake with zebra mussels, there's a long list of invaders on its way. One study presented at the AIS conference at St. Paul last November noted that the number of boaters aware of invasive species problem has risen from 60% to 90% during the last 5 years. And Representative McNamara, that's the education that you were just talking about. We've done a pretty good job, members, of educating our boaters, fisher people, and those that use our waters on aquatic invasive species. It says about 90% of the people are aware of that problem. Now the message that needs to be presented is it's time for enforcement, not just boater education. Not just boater education, but enforcement. And especially to those that willfully, purposefully invade our waters. And then he goes on to talk about this boat that was backed into the water, purposefully, willfully. This was prosecuted by the DNR, and I am told the North Dakota boater paid a fine of $50. That is in reference to the last amendment we just did. We have spent well over, when he says we, he's talking about the Gull Lake Association. They are many of our lake associations in the state of Minnesota have stepped up to the plate and are battling this epidemic significantly, financially, volunteer hours. They bought their own decontam units. They are in partnership, private-public partnership with our DNR in fighting this epidemic in the state of Minnesota, this AIS epidemic. So this gentleman goes on to say, we at Gull Lake Association have spent over $30,000 for our electronic monitoring system, and the Gull Lake chain, as you know, Representative Ward, is priceless. It makes no sense to prosecute the hunters who poach deer with big fines and confiscation of equipment, yet allow someone who willfully does this to our lake pay such a nominal fee. So members, I'm asking you to support this amendment as well. Increase the penalty for someone that willfully, purposefully infests our waters, our rivers in the state of Minnesota with AIS, to change that from a misdemeanor to a gross misdemeanor. Please vote green.
Discussion. Clerk will take the roll on the A47 amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 67 nays, the A47 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hansen moving to amend House File 2164, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A44.
The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before we start, there's a drafting here. I need to make an oral amendment to just have the amendment be clearer.
Please state your oral amendment.
On line 1.9, after the word stations, remove the period and include as potential inspection stations, period.
If the clerk could report the oral amendment.
Hansen is modifying his amendment on page 1, line 9, after stations, add the words as potential inspection stations.
Representative Hansen, your modification has been incorporated to your modified amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, I sent out to you a few moments ago a report by USGS on quagga mussels. Representative Anderson, we were at a conference last fall in Chicago where we had a report about if you don't like zebra mussels, wait till you see what quagga mussels can do. And so what this amendment does is it asks the DNR to look at that potential threat for quagga mussels, report back, and to consult with the Commissioner of Transportation to look at vehicle inspection stations as potential, vehicle weigh stations as potential inspection stations. Members, it's my understanding that this has been done in some other states, particularly Idaho, where they've caught inspected boats with quagga mussel larvae on them.
Yes,
so quagga mussels, if you look at the report that I sent you from USGS, it has a little information about those. We're asking the DNR to evaluate where they're at and to come back with us with a recommendation next year. So I'd ask Mr. Speaker for a roll call.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion. Gentleman from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I would ask you to vote no. One, we do not have. We're trying to minimize the number of reports and bring additional ones together. And I've not heard from the agency that they're interested in doing this report. And I would ask members to vote no.
Discussion. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I think it's important to look at the best available information that we have, the scientific information, and come back and not ignore or not say we don't want to look at additional science. This is asking for a relatively simple report to come back, working in consultation with the resources that we have with the Department of Transportation, and so we can make a recommendation, whoever's here next year in the legislature. So I'd ask for your support for the amendment.
Gentleman from Norman, Representative Eakin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I also ask for a green vote on this amendment. This is an issue that we really need to get out in front of. Oftentimes we just look at the invasive species that have already arrived, and we don't look at what's coming down the road, and there's a reason for that. Obviously, we know what's arrived and we see the damage that it's doing, but for those things coming down the road, we oftentimes don't know what damage is going to be done. And as Representative Hansen said, the quagga mussel has the potential to do great damage to our waters. And so we need to get out in front of these issues, and I think be looking at having research done to look at what other invasives might be coming as well, because it sure is more effective to get out in front of it and try to prevent these invasives from arriving than trying to deal with them after they've arrived and after they've already spread. So please support the amendment.
Discussion. The clerk will take the roll on the A44 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. Lanning votes no, there being 59 ayes and 66 nays. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment to the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Drazkowski moving to amend House File 2164. The second engrossment is followed. The amendment is coded 439.
The gentleman from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, this bill eliminates a number of different reports from a couple of the different departments that are unnecessary. This particular section, Section 99, actually aimed to consolidate not only a report that was included in 216H.07 Subdivision 3, but also a requirement that was placed in statute that said that the commissioners had to come back with proposed legislation. Members, this would remove that mandate from the commissioners. It's unnecessary, as those other reports were asked for your support.
Discussion. Gentleman from Pine, Representative Hilty.
Well, members, I would ask members to vote against the Drazkowski amendment. What it's actually saying is we oppose greenhouse gas emissions control so much we don't even want to think about it. So, members, I think we do want to think about it, and I would ask you not to support the Drazkowski amendment.
The lady from Ramsey, Representative Knuth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I rise to ask you to oppose the Drazkowski amendment as well. We have work to do in this area and related to greenhouse gases, and I think a basic first step is to ask our agencies to make sure we know what kind of policy and legislation would make sense, and then obviously it's the legislature's job to do with that as they will, but the technical expertise and not just having background information, but having some proactive positive steps moving forward would be helpful, and so I would ask members to oppose the Drazkowski amendment.
Discussion. Gentleman from Wabasha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for roll call on the amendment.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Mr. Speaker and members, this language actually does not ask the commissioners. It tells the commissioners that they have to bring legislation back to us and tell us what they, as commissioners, the representatives of the state government, would like us to enact in the form of greenhouse gas eliminating legislation. That's what this language does. Members, this amendment removes that mandate from those two commissioners. They will still likely bring forward something anyway. They seem to always do, in my opinion, way too much of that around here, but will not require them statutorily to do that. We wouldn't want to require them. It removes a mandate actually from state government. Ask for your support of the amendment.
Discussion. The gentleman from Pine, Representative Hilty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if you look at the language that Representative Drazkowski means to delete, it says, if the commissioners determine no legislation is appropriate, they shall report that determination to the chairs along with an explanation of the determination. It does not mandate anything except that they consider whether something should be done or not.
Discussion. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Nelson. Discussion. The clerk will take the roll on the 439 amendment. Members, please vote. Clerk will close the roll. There being 68 ayes and 57 nays, the 439 amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Peppin and others moving to amend House File 2164, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 436.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Peppin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 436 is fairly simple. It basically says that members of the Three Rivers Park District should be elected. Currently, there are 7 members on the Three Rivers Park District. 5 of them are elected. 2 of them are appointed by the Hennepin County Board. And they have taxing authority of over $40 million. And I just happen to think that folks that have, or any government authority that has taxing authority should be elected. So it does that, and the second part is, since it does change the formulation, it also allows for, or requires redistricting so that the 2 new elected people on the board wouldn't have to run at large. They'd each run in a separate district. And that's all it does.
Discussion. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Peppin amendment. I think that anybody who has taxing authority should be elected by the people.
Discussion. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
I rise in opposition to the Peppin amendment and the Hortman second of the Peppin amendment, and think that the Three Rivers Park District does just fine as it is.
The lady from Ramsey, Representative Scalzi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would Representative Peppin yield?
The lady from Hennepin will yield. The lady from Ramsey.
Representative Peppin, did this, I'm trying to remember if this came through the Government Operations Committee, and if not, should it?
The lady from Hennepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Scalzi. It did come and it did pass on Government Operations, and it is on the General Register.
Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Motion prevails. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Falk moving to amend House File 2164, second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A40.
The gentleman from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a simple amendment that deals with silica sand mining, otherwise known as frac sand, that's become kind of an issue in southeast Minnesota. And basically, that this amendment states that that type of operation, silica sand mining, does require a conditional use permit, and that in one of the conditions of that permit must be a comprehensive reclamation plan. And so any company that wants to engage in the practice of silica sand mining has to put money away for that reclamation as part of their conditional use. This has become a big issue for both cities and counties. This is a relatively new industry. We're hearing a lot about hydraulic fracturing and just how that industry is developing, a lot of unanswered questions. But we do want to make sure that these communities are protected, that they're not left with a bunch of gaping holes in the ground with no plan to restore that land once the resource has been mined. And looking at one of the bills we talked about earlier today, when we want to limit the liability of future companies, we want to make sure that if a company comes in, that they are putting away that money to make sure that there is cleanup, and that if that company is sold to another, that liability actually would transfer to another company as well. So this is just good government, protecting citizens, protecting communities. I would ask for your support, and I would ask for a roll call.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if Representative Falk will yield for a question.
The gentleman from Swift will yield. Representative McNamara.
Well, Representative Falk, I'm wondering, you talked about this being about good government, but I'm quite sure, and maybe I'd just get you to put it on the record, we've had no bill about this or anything. We've had no opportunity to do the good government work of discussing this in committee. Have you introduced a bill, or are you aware of a bill that was introduced about this issue and was referred to our committee?
Gentleman from Swift, Representative Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative McNamara, there may have been discussions about this issue. I know we have talked about some of the issues regarding frac sand mining. This particular amendment was not introduced as a bill. Sometimes you have to be reactionary to things that are coming up, and this is an opportunity. Although I would say that I was not able to have any of my bills heard in Environment Committee this year, so this is an opportunity to bring this forward.
Gentleman from Dakota.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as Representative Falk has said, he did not introduce this as a bill. This is something that's very expansive. It could affect local units of government, should go through some other committees. It has not been in bill form, and it would be inappropriate for us to put it on the bill at this time. Please vote no.
Discussion. Clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 41 ayes and 82 nays, the A40 amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hanson moving to amend House File 2164 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A41.
The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I withdraw the amendment.
The amendment has been withdrawn. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hartman moving to amend House File 2164, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A23.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Hartman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment is the same as a bill that was introduced by Representative Purcell. And what the bill would do is ban the use of formaldehyde in children's products. Formaldehyde has been listed by the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency as a chemical of high concern. Long-term exposure is linked to an increased risk of cancer, including leukemia and nose and throat cancer. It is used as an agent in children's products to improve the appearance. It's a de-wrinkling agent. It's not necessary. In crib sheets and children's pajamas that have been tested, about half of them contain formaldehyde and half of them don't. In several countries where formaldehyde is not permitted to be used in children's products, they have formaldehyde-free children's products. So, members, I think it's a common sense measure to protect children from this chemical. And, Mr. Speaker, I would request a roll call.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion. The clerk will take the roll on the A23 amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 74 ayes and 51 nays, the amendment is adopted. For what purpose does the lady rise?
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Speaker.
State your point of personal privilege.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to have the members welcome a former member from Chisago County, former Representative Jeremy Kalin.
For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and point of personal privilege.
State your point of personal privilege.
Well, members, I just made my about fifth trip back to the chief clerk's office, and I'm finding that the cabinets that are so very popular back there, the one that's about eye level, that has the treats in it, is nearly empty. And I've been bringing bags of those treats along to supplement the amount. And what I think we should do is thank the chief clerk's office and his friends there at the desk for all of the goodness that they've brought to this House floor over this year with their fine treats, as we always welcome and applaud treats that are brought here in the retiring room. So, Chief Clerk, thank you very much.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hanson moving to amend House File 2164, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A13.
The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A13.
Excuse me, Representative Hanson. Members, please take your conversations to the alcove or to the retiring room. Thank you. The gentleman from Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the A13 amendment is removing the wetland provisions that are in the bill on page 33, 37, and 39. Members, last time we changed the wetland provisions, it took a large stakeholder process over a period of years. We had a great deal of involvement, and wetland law is a very complicated law. I just sent out to you a wetland report that identifies different wetland types that are addressed in the bill. What the bill does is it changes the de minimis exceptions for wetland protection. And the reason this is important is that we can see wetlands that are lost in the metropolitan area, and that's what much of the 11 county metro area. A little bite here, a little bite there, a little bite here, a little bite there, and all of a sudden you have a net loss of wetlands. That loss of wetlands has impacts relating to flooding, cost for increased flooding. It has a cost for wildlife habitat. If you look at the report I sent out, the types of wetlands that are being affected are those ephemeral wetlands, the wetlands not where you have open water all the time, but where water appears periodically that provides the habitat for wildlife. So members, I'd like to ask Mr. Speaker for a roll call.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Gentleman from Dakota.
And like to ask for your support for the amendment.
Discussion. The gentleman from Watonwan, Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. First, I'd like to point out the language on page 38, lines 38.35 and 38.36, which do allow local control to be more restrictive on de minimis than what is written into state law. This certainly allows those communities that feel that these de minimis restrictions are important to put them in effect on their own. The fact is, members, that the section of the WACA Wetland Control Act, Conservation Act, I should say, the de minimis section is so ridiculously complicated that I defy any layman to understand it. In fact, most of those that apply it have difficulty interpreting it. The effort here is to make this language understandable. Secondly, the seclusion of the 11 county metro area is purely arbitrary. It's based on county borders, has nothing to do with actual wetlands or actual watersheds, and many of you know that we are headed toward watershed management of wetlands as opposed to using the arbitrary borders of counties. Therefore, I would ask you to vote red on the Hanson amendment.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Wagenius.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Torkelson. We're flipping back and forth on local control. On Representative Purcell's amendment to change your proposal that the federal government make our water laws. You argued for the federal government instead of Minnesota control, and now we're flipping and saying let's have local control for wetlands. It's convenient, but it's costly. And here's the problem. If local units of government were to choose to do to allow more wetlands to be drained, and if they also then took over the financial liability of the drainage, that might be one thing. But what is happening here is we are draining more and more and getting more and more flooding in Minnesota. Minnesota taxpayers have already spent hundreds of millions of dollars on flood mitigation and cleaning up after floods. And the end is not in sight. But the more we drain, the bigger that price tag will be. So this is a very pricey amendment that you are choosing or arguing for, and I would support Representative Hansen on this.
Discussion. The gentleman from Watonwan, Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. First off, the local changes could only be more restrictive than the state law. The local changes could not allow more wetland to be drained using the de minimis. They could only be more restrictive. So the state restrictions will be primary. And as far as the effect on flooding, certainly there is a relationship between wetlands and flooding, but it's hard to argue that the small size of these de minimis wetlands would have any effect on flooding.
Discussion. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would encourage members to vote for this. A few of the testimony here from Representative Torkelson, it is the small losses that add up over time that cause the overall loss and the impacts. Just a little bit here, just a little bit there, all of a sudden you have a great impact. In addition, Representative Torkelson said that, well, the 11-county metro doesn't work because those are arbitrary local government lines. But that counters his argument about local governments could be more restrictive, because you could have a local government that decides to keep existing standards or local or further standards within the 11-county metro area, but the rest of the area does not. So this was put in, this language was put in with a great deal of debate, with a great deal of effort, and a great deal of agreement, and now is the wrong time to pull that out, and I would encourage a support for my amendment.
Discussion. The clerk will take the roll on the A13 amendment. Members, please vote. Clerk will close the roll. There being 51 ayes and 74 nays, the A13 amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hansen moving to amend House File 2164. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A21.
The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this amendment follows up on the previous one. If you are going to have these exemptions, that there should be some reporting of those so that we can track those and identify what's happening and the impact of them. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call having been requested. Are the 15 hands seeing 15 hands? There will be a roll call. The gentleman from Dakota. Discussion. Apparently not all the members have the amendment yet. We will wait until they do. Discussion. Gentleman from Watonwan, Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd urge members to vote no.
Discussion. The clerk will take the roll on the A21 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 45 ayes and 80 nays, the A21 amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Dabney and others moving to amend House File 2164. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 437.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, current state law allows Minnesota residents who have handicapped license plates reduced fees for parking and camping in our state parks Sundays through Thursdays. Unfortunately, not everyone who has a permanent disability qualifies for a handicapped license plate or sticker. I've got a constituent who's in that situation. They raised this issue to my attention. You see there are other members on this amendment as well. We simply, by allowing the federal access pass limited to state residents, clarified this state policy, allow them to also experience the same discount. The department is comfortable with this clarification of state policy, and I ask for your support.
Discussion. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Dabney, for the amendment, and I would recommend members vote yes.
Discussion. The lady from Ramsey, Representative Slowick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Thanks to Representative Dabney and to Chair McNamara for supporting this. This actually came from one of my constituents as well. His name is Pete Bearholst, and I have a letter from him. He is a person who has a traumatic brain injury, and so he could not get into the parks on just the disability permit because it's for a physical disability. So this idea originated with our two constituents, and they would be very happy to have you vote green, and so would I. Thank you.
Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The motion prevails. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Adopted. Wagenius moving to amend House File 2164. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A16.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Wagenius.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This is an amendment that takes away the sections of the bill that reduce the responsibilities of the Pollution Control Agency Board. And the consequence, the outcome of this, the language in the bill, is to say that Minnesotans, you do not have a forum anymore to talk about things that impact you. You do not have a forum. You do not have public input for things like environmental assessments or impact statements or permits. So what this amendment is doing is simply going back to the way of doing business that we have right now that allows Minnesotans to go before the Pollution Control Agency. It is the public forum, and I would ask you to vote for the amendment and ask for a roll call.
Roll call having been requested. Are the 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion. Gentleman from Watonwan, Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Citizens Board at the PCA has been in place, I believe, since about 1967 or so. Since that time, many other opportunities for public input have been inserted into the permitting system. There's a variety of public forums that are held and public input is taken. What happens with the Citizens Board is it does not meet, it's not there every day, it meets, I believe, monthly or bi-monthly, and it's just another way to slow down the permit process by requiring this Citizens Board to review these permits that can be adequately reviewed with the current system in place. I urge members to vote red.
Discussion. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Wagenius.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Torkelson, we want efficiency in permitting, but the purpose of this is to not shut out the public. And what you're doing is shutting out the public. And that seems to be the theme of a lot of what's in this bill, and it just fits with the rest of the theme. It's our job to be supporting Minnesotans. I understand it's your job to be supporting other interests, but in this case, I think we need to stand with Minnesotans.
Discussion. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 53 ayes and 72 nays, the A16 amendment is not adopted. Seeing no amendments to the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2164 as amended.
Third reading. Discussion. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Wagenius.
Not too many days ago, the Republican majority on this floor took money from renters and gave it to corporations. And here we go again. Here is the Republican majority next plan to help corporations and hurt Minnesotans. It seems to be the theme of the session, and it certainly is the theme of this bill. Today, Republican majority is taking property rights from Minnesota citizens and giving them to corporations. So I'm just going to list the ways that that's happening in this bill. Section 71 of the bill says that Minnesota water quality standards cannot be any more restrictive than federal standards unless there is clear and convincing evidence, not the regular preponderance of the evidence that is the standard we've always used. It is so high, the standard is so high, that it really will stop Minnesota from acting when toxins are found in our waters. So Section 71 is designed to protect the polluter and to hurt Minnesotans, and especially the youngest Minnesotans, because they're the ones that are going to have to deal with the poor water. And don't you just think it's a bit ironic that the Republican majority wants to take away power from Minnesotans in this bill and give it to President Obama? Do I need to say that again? Isn't that ironic? Section 97 eliminates information from environmental assessments that will be required from permits. And of course, you probably know that assessments come before permits. So if you if you use that language, then Minnesotans are put in the dark about what will happen when a permit is issued. So Minnesotans won't know the information that would have been provided in an environmental assessment. They won't know what air pollution will be added to their air, what water pollution will be added to their water. Minnesotans lose again, corporations win. Section 3 of the bill requires Minnesota Pollution Control Agency to grant or deny minor permits and amendments within 60 days. Who loses here? It's the neighbors of the polluter once again. There won't be time for the usual comment period. Again, designed to shut out Minnesotans and help a corporation. The same thing for DNR as it permits wetlands. Sections 88 and 89, the one I just talked about, eliminates many of the duties of the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency Citizens Board. Here it is again. It's the Minnesotans who lose. The board is the avenue for the Minnesotans. Shutting it down hurts Minnesotans and helps corporations. Here we go again. Minnesotans want us to be more aggressive in preventing the spread of invasive species. I am glad to see Representative Ward's amendment go on this bill. But there are other things in this bill that take us backwards. And that is DNR is no longer, repeals the requirement and penalties for not displaying an aquatic invasive species decal. It's almost like it's soft on crime. I never thought I would say it on this floor, that the Republican majority is soft on crime, but that's the truth. I don't think anyone on this floor would disagree with the statement that Minnesotans love our parks, except apparently the Republican majority. There is language in the bill that is designed to lead to privatizing or at least repurposing our parks. The bill modifies the Wetland Conservation Act by easing restrictions on draining wetlands and increasing the de minimis areas. Who wins? People who make a profit from draining wetlands. Who loses? Minnesota taxpayers who are paying again and again and again for the costs of flooding. Over $300 million so far that we've paid, and there's no end of that price tag in sight. Draining more wetlands is just draining more money from Minnesotans' wallets. There are several sections in this bill that prepare for a government shutdown. Apparently, the Republican majority is preparing for another one. I know there have been a couple of good provisions put in this bill, Representative Hortman's, Representative Ward's, but by and large, this is a very bad bill. I've only listed several or many of the bad provisions, mainly those involved with taking away rights of Minnesotans and giving those rights to corporations. It's a long list. And bottom line, I feel like this bill and the Republican majority is treating Minnesotans like Muppets. That's what Wall Street has been accused of doing, treating citizens as Muppets, treating clients as Muppets. That's not what this legislature should do. This bill deserves a bright red vote.
Discussion. The gentleman from Pine, Representative Hilty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill, as I believe Representative McNamara mentioned in his introductions, contains provisions that, in the event of another government shutdown, would allow the continued operation of sales of hunting and fishing licenses, of state parks and campgrounds, and keeping the Minnesota Zoo open to the public. Members, I think this needs to be put into perspective. I had hoped to ask Representative Abler to yield, but I see he's not on the floor. I think I know what the answer would be to a question to Representative Abler. I was going to ask what some of the more prominent programs in the area of health and human services the court deemed to be critical in order to continue during the government shutdown last year. And I believe that Representative Abler would agree that most of the programs that were in Health and Human Services were deemed essential and should have been. I also believe it's correct that there's not a single bill that has moved through Health and Human Services this year that would provide for any continued funding of those programs in the event of another government shutdown. So members, and especially those members of the public that are paying attention to what's being proposed here, I would hope that you would note that the priorities of the majority party seem to be that it's not important that the Minnesota Family Investment Program or the Child Care Assistance Program or the Senior Nutrition Grants or any of the medical assistance programs, in fact, any of the programs that impact health and safety of seniors, people with disabilities, or other vulnerable children or adults in the state. It's not important that they continue in the event of another refusal to negotiate, which results in another government shutdown. We can leave that to the courts to determine that the services that the state provides to actually keep people alive are in fact essential. But the majority party, in its wisdom, declares that a higher priority, one that needs to be put in law, what is important is that people can continue to go fishing or camping or take your kids to the zoo, or in another bill that you're moving, buy beer. No concern for the impact on thousands of state workers and the people that depend on what they do. Just move on, folks. Go about your business. Nothing to look at here. You can still get your beer and go fishing. Just let them eat cake.
Discussion. Gentleman from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Members, I got to tell you, I didn't think I was going to be standing up on the House floor 4 times this week, and I've been here 15 months, and the majority of the time that I'm visiting with you, it's on the same topic. If you take a look at the handout from Representative Hansen from the Minnesota Environmental Partnership and the piece that Representative Ogini has put out for 2164 that has the Department of Natural Resources, Pollution Control Agency, Bowser, and the Department of Agriculture on there. Once again, there are 3 pieces of legislation included in this bill that deal with the land trust and the trust properties of the kids of the state of Minnesota. We're a trustee on this, and so is the executive branch. And one of the things that I found kind of interesting as I was looking through this is that in the piece that was signed by the commissioner of the DNR, who is also the trustee, he signs it as the commissioner of the DNR but does not comment on this, how it affects the kids in the state of Minnesota as it relates to school trust lands. However, in the piece by Representative Hansen from the Minnesota Environmental Partnership, they've taken the time to comment on how they see some of this legislation affecting the kids here in the state of Minnesota. I just thought that was kind of interesting, and I thought I would just share that with folks again today. And I'd like to thank Representative McNamara for his hard work on this bill. and for keeping the kids in the state of Minnesota in mind when we're moving forward with this bill. Thank you.
Discussion. Gentleman from Grant, Representative Westrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Wagenius, it was interesting to note the only two provisions in this bill that you thought are now good happen to be Democrat amendments that went on that the body supported. I hope members take note. I think that illustrates how partisan you can be when it comes to these issues. Representative Wagenius, I also take exception with what you just discussed, and I think it's just a legitimate difference between some of us in this body and others in this body. But members, if you listen to what was said, government is the only thing that's going to stop flooding if we regulate and take more private property rights away. That's essentially what was said. Now, I'm sorry, but Mother Nature is going to flood in different areas that we cannot even predict at times, whether the government regulates every piece of land that the private taxpayer owns or not, Representative Wagenius. And remember, it's those property owners. You referenced the taxpayers that are going to pay. Representative Wagenius, those property owners are the taxpayers. That we want to try to find a better balance and give property rights back in a few rare circumstances that in the past government just keeps taking more and more property rights away. Representative Rukavina and others supported the Drazkowski amendment that would take 40 acres of water and at least let people that own the land all around it, and it doesn't meander, at least give them some rights back. But I just think that is something for the people. They need to understand what's going on in this body. There is this tension of some that want to take all rights away from property owners and think, by golly, that's going to stop the flooding and that's going to stop Mother Nature, and then almighty, all-knowing government will make the right decision. Folks, government gets it wrong so many times, time after time after time. Let the property owners who are paying the taxes have a few rights back. This bill doesn't go far enough in some ways. Some of those amendments should have been put on. But let's at least go in the right direction, Representative Wagenius. I think there's just a fundamental difference. But some of the things that you purport that we're going to stop, like flooding, I'm sorry. The creator of this earth is going to drop rain where we can't ever predict. And there's going to be flooding no matter how many regulations you can pass.
Discussion. The gentleman from Watonwan, Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You know, we've heard a lot of talk the last few weeks about jobs bills. The real jobs that support this economy are created by private business. And when our regulatory environment is so complex and so multi-layered that we discourage private business from either establishing or expanding in the state of Minnesota, we are hindering job creation. There are many aspects of this bill that will remove some of those barriers, allow private businesses to do what they do best, and that's create jobs. It's time that government learn to move at the speed of business. Thank you.
Discussion. Gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This whole debate would be interesting if later on folks didn't come back and ask the government to pay for the cleanup. Pay for the cleanup of aquatic invasive species. Pay for the cleanup of terrestrial invasive species. Pay for the cleanup with flooding. Pay for this cleanup. Pay for that cleanup. Where's the freedom in that? Let business do what they want and let the public clean up the mess. Come back here and ask for this to be cleaned up. Come here and ask for that to be cleaned up. Let education work. 20, 25 years of educational efforts paid for by the public on aquatic invasive species. Pay people to do the right thing. Pay people cost share to do the right thing. Public money here, public money there. Prevention is cheaper than cleanup. And there is a public role. There's a public role to prevent future costs. There's a public role to preserve or protect what we have. Working with property owners. But when the freedom is there, it's the freedom to come back for the public money. Give me the public money. Exempt me from the requirements, but give me the public money. What's going on in this bill is moving backwards, again, in multiple areas. And we'll see that handout again. Give me the public money to help clean up the cost. Whether it's research, cost share, incentives, come back for the public dollar to clean up the mess. Vote against the bill.
Discussion. Gentleman from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, you've heard a lot about the bill and how bad or how great it is. And members, this is a good bill. This has got some good things about it. This is not way over the top like some of it accuses it of being. It allows the DNR and the MPCA to say, you know what, this is a very minor permit. Let's get it done in 60 days and move forward. How can that be scary? In our current administration, Commissioner Landwehr, Commissioner Austin could say it's a very minor permit and move it ahead. Let's get business going forward and not put up more barriers. The AIS provision, lots of really important stuff in the bill. And we did last year some good stuff, and we're building on that. Really important stuff to try and do our best. And I'm not sure exactly what we're trying to say, but we not only don't want the invasive carp coming up the river, the Mississippi, we want to find ways to stop them, but then we got to protect our back door. And we've done that. We've got provisions in here to protect them both from the front and the back. And we're doing other things too. We're saying to the DNR, you know what? How are you going to operate all the state parks and state rec areas and trails you have going forward? What is your plan? We're afraid of a report for them to come back to us and say, here's how we can do this long term. Here's what it's going to cost. Then we've taken and said, MPCA, don't put the fines you get right into your own pocket. And maybe that's a little over the top, but the fines go to the environmental fund, which is administered through the MPCA. Let's put it into the general fund, where then we won't have this perception that MPCA is just going out to fine folks so that they can create more jobs within their own agency. And another thing we've done is we've said, why don't you combine some of these reports together and get them in a form that's more valuable to us? And we've done that. What this bill is trying to do is continue to protect our environment, do the right thing, but do it in a common sense way that allows Minnesota to move forward in a good way and have business here and continue to protect our environment. Members, please vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill as amended. The clerk will close the roll. There being 74 ayes and 52 nays, the bill is passed as amended. Its title is agreed to. calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 2394. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Fritz, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in a point of personal privilege, please.
State your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, this morning when we got here around 10, outside of the doors of our chamber were a group of people, the poor and the homeless. I think you all do remember them when you walked out to go to our caucuses. Members, the poor are always among us. This body, this house, the People's House, is open to everyone, and this body is here to provide opportunity for all. Just like our Statue of Liberty says, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses." Members, join me in continuing to welcome the poor and the homeless, as we do welcome every Minnesotan to our house, and provide a fair opportunity to all of them, always. Thank you.
The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 2394, number 18 on the calendar for today, an act relating to transportation.
Call the member from Roseau, Representative Fabian, to present your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm sure you've been waiting with bated breath. I know Representative Champion has talked to me about this bill. What we're doing in Senate File 2394 is we're trying to update the towed implements of husbandry brake requirements. What we're talking about here is farm machinery, farm equipment. This is a bipartisan bill. I want to thank the other authors on the bill, Representatives Anderson, Torkelson, Kiel, Eakin, Ward, and Coonan. As the farm equipment has grown larger and larger over the years, several of the pieces of equipment technically are not legal to even have on the highway. If they're over 24,000 pounds, they can't be there. And that's the current law. So I've worked with the Department of Transportation and the Highway Patrol. They support the bill. This is language that they have worked out. And what I'm trying to do is just upgrade the laws that regulate farm machinery that's towed by either a farm tractor or a truck. For example, under current law, if a farm implement dealer sells a piece of equipment that weighs over 12,000 pounds, they are required under current statutes to pull that to the farm where they sold it. Could be from Thief River Falls up to War Road. That's a distance of 90 miles. They're required to tow that with a tractor. What we're doing here in this language is updating it so that they can tow it with their semi, provided the semi-tractor has the braking capacity to be able to stop the vehicle should it need to. There are other rules that require that they travel no more than 30 miles per hour. Also, some of the rules in place currently make it technically illegal for a farmer to pull some of their big equipment on their township roads, county roads. The big air seeders, the cultivators, for example, that weigh over 24,000 pounds, technically it's against the law to pull that from one field to the next using the roads. So we're simply trying to update the statutes to meet the needs of the agriculture community today. This is a bill that's supported, like I said, by the DOT, by the Highway Patrol, the farm implement dealers, and several of the ag associations. I'll stand for questions, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 2394.
Third reading. Call the member from Norman, Representative Eakin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And this is a good common sense piece of legislation. I would urge a green vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. Representative Garofalo votes aye. There being 122 ayes, 0 nays, the bill is passed. The title is agreed to. If there are no objections, members, we will revert to messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. This is the Swedzinski motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith transmitted as amended by the Senate, in which amendment the concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 2333, an act relating to public safety. Swedzinski moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments to House File 2333 and that the bill be repassed as amended by conference.
Recognize the member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski, who will explain the Senate amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, the Senate amendment simply changes the bill just slightly. This is a bill that we passed just a couple weeks ago talking about fuel theft drive-offs. In this portion of this amendment goes after if your vehicle has been stolen, reported as stolen, or your plates have been stolen, you are not liable for the fuel, because if your car was stolen, obviously you had nothing to do with the theft. So that's a simple change, pretty straightforward. I would appreciate a green vote. Thanks.
Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor the motion to concur with the Senate amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion is adopted. Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2333 as amended by the Senate.
Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Members, please vote. Representative Peterson S. votes aye. The clerk will close the roll. There being 122 ayes, 0 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by the Senate. Its title is agreed to. Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. This is the Vogel motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned as amended by the Senate, in which amendment the concurrence of the House is respectfully requested. House File 2187, an act relating to public safety. Vogel moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments to House File 2187 and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Senate.
Call the member from Candy, Ohio, Representative Vogel, to your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the bill that deals with vehicle title and issuance and bonds. And the only difference that we had with the Senate is in the first paragraph, the description of the bill. And we decided to just go along with what the wording that the Senate had. Otherwise, the bill is exactly the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Vogel motion signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The motion prevails. Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2187, as amended by the Senate.
Third reading. Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 122 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended by the Senate. Its title is agreed to. Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. This is the Gottwalt motion. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the Senate has concurred in and adopted the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File 1586, an act relating to public safety. Gottwalt moves. Conference Committee report on 1586 is addressed to the Honorable Michelle L. Fischbach, the Honorable Kurt Zellers, Speaker of the House. We, the undersigned conferees, for Senate File 1586, report that we agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report signed by all 3 conferees on the part of the Senate and all 3 conferees on the part of the House. Gottwalt moves that the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File 1586 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by conference.
Call a member from Stearns, Representative Gottwalt, to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, when this bill left the House floor, we had attached an amendment presented by Representative Poppy that included some additional penalties for people who abuse children. We worked out language with the Senate. Senator Warren Limmer was helpful in this process, as was Representative Poppy, Representative Hillstrom, and all conferees agreed to it. Members, at the end of the day, this is a very good bill that protects both vulnerable adults and protects vulnerable children. And I think that's where it's really an appropriate package. The felony penalties, we understand, that's a serious matter when we add a felony penalty, but I think in these instances it is more than warranted. I want to thank all of the conferees for their good work on this bill, and I would encourage a green vote.
Call a member from Mauer, Representative Poppy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The journey of House File 2220 began 1 year ago when a 5-year-old boy told a teacher about his nightly routine of putting on his pajamas and then having his mother or father chain him to his bed. The teacher listened to his story and told the county social worker. The social worker asked the little boy questions about his story, and she told the sheriff's department. The sheriff's detective took pictures to substantiate the story and showed his boss. The sheriff arrested the parents and informed the county attorney. The county attorney charged the parents with the harshest law possible and brought the case to court. The judge agreed this behavior was cruel and abusive and terminated the parents' rights. This little boy would no longer be denied access to food or the bathroom and would no longer be chained to his bed every night. His older brother would no longer have to listen to him crying in the dark. This little boy's story made headlines and stirred emotions. The county workers involved in the case decided something more needed to be done. They were angry and frustrated because the punishment for such cruel behavior didn't fit the crime. They studied the law and talked to colleagues. Then they drafted language for a change in the law. They got the support of the State Association of County Attorneys and the State Sheriff's Association. The bill was introduced with Representative Kiefer and Representative Johnson as co-authors and supporters. This little boy's story needed to be told. Chair Szymanski and Chair Cornish allowed that to happen. House File 2220 gained more supporters as the social worker, sheriff, detective, sheriff, and county attorney testified before 2 House committees. The little boy's story continued to make headlines and stir emotions. When all appeared lost for this bill and the little boy and his story, Representative Gottwalt allowed this little boy's story to join with the stories of someone's grandparents who also suffered abuse and neglect. 128 House members agreed. Something like this deserved a better outcome. Representative Gottwalt, Representative Hillstrom, Representative Peppin were named to the Conference Committee and strongly supported the House position. The punishment in these cases has to be harsher for our elders and our children. On many days, we leave this place after debating for hours, and it seems like we have little to show for it. Sure, we pass legislation, but not often enough do we actually know in our hearts that we did something that was good, right, and just. The journey of House File 2220 started with a little boy telling his story. Public servants listened and did their jobs, and in a moment of clarity, this legislative body, who determined that we need to do the right thing, and that's so much more important and better than doing nothing.
The member from Hennepin, Zem Hillstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, this bill has been a long time coming. The people who work on vulnerable adult issues have been working on this issue for more than a decade. And they are very proud to stand with all of the members of the House and make certain that they can prosecute people who do these things at a felony level. So I encourage a green vote.
Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor adopting the Conference Committee report on Senate File 1586 signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 1586 as amended by conference.
Third reading. Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll.
Oh, you have that already. Okay, never mind. Oh, I don't know. No, you have to change it. They just changed the order. That's fine. But one's done. No, not these. We took Fabian. Yeah, Fabian's not on here. This is Norton's bill at the top. I know what I'm doing. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 122 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended by conference. Its title is agreed to. Message from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate the following Senate files herewith transmitted. Senate files 1416, 1679, 1804, 2121, 2188, 2314, 2324, and 2357.
First reading of Senate files.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 1416, an act relating to real estate. Introduction and first reading of 1416, an act relating to real estate. Murdoch moves that Senate File 1416, House File 1595, be referred to, on the calendar for today, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 1679, an act relating to human services. Barrett moves that Senate File 1679, House File 1993 on the calendar for today be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 1804, an act relating to state government. Gottwalt moves that Senate File 1804, House File 1994, now in the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 2121, an act relating to data practices. The bill is being referred to the Committee on Civil Law. Introduction and first reading of Senate File 2188, an act relating to human services. The bill is being referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services Finance. Introduction and first reading of Senate File 2314, a resolution memorializing Congress and the President of the United States to formally recognize the Khmer freedom fighters. Anderson B. moves that Senate File 2314, House File 2629, now in the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 2324, an act relating to occupational licensing. The bill is being referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. Introduction and first reading of Senate File 2357, an act relating to human services. The bill is being referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services Finance.
Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar today is Senate File 1626. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 1626, number 16 on the calendar for today, the first engrossment, an act relating to human services.
Calling the member from Olmsted, Representative Norton, to present your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There should be an amendment at the desk to insert the House language.
There is an author's amendment. The clerk will report the author's amendment.
Norton moving to amend Senate File 1626, the first engrossment as follows. Delete everything after the enacting clause and insert the language of House File 2094, the first engrossment. The amendment is coded DEA 2094.
Discussion of the author's amendment. The member from Olmsted, Representative Norton, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have inserted the House language that we had heard here through all of our committees. It was non-controversial. It is very similar to the Senate language, although I worked with the department to make sure it was also to their liking.
Discussion of the author's amendment. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the author's amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The amendment is adopted. Representative Norton, to your bill as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this particular bill has to do with volunteer dentists. We all know the need for dentists, and particularly right now, volunteer dentists for those who do not have enough insurance or who are on medical assistance. There are some government-run, but also many nonprofits that provide volunteer dentistry, and as often happens when you have a turnover in administration, rules are interpreted differently, and the situation that occurred after the new administration came in the Department of Human Services, it was interpreted that volunteer dentists needed to be MA providers and register as such. And as we all know with Rule 101, once you take one MA patient, you are required to take 10% of your clients as MA patients. These particular dentists at the Good Samaritan Dental Clinic, at the Salvation Army in Rochester were volunteering their time because they could not afford to take MA patients in their private practices. So instead of doing that, they were volunteering their time and working for free. This particular language codifies in law how the administration will handle those particular dentists and allow them to keep continuing to volunteer and allow that dental clinic to stay open and have patients on MA and those without insurance to receive dental care. I'd appreciate a green vote.
Seeing no amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 1626 as amended.
Third reading. Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. Representative Simon votes aye. Representative Benson votes aye. There being 122 ayes, 0 nays, the bill is passed and title is agreed to. Next bill on the calendar today is Senate File 1553. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 1553 on the supplemental calendar for today, the second engrossment, an act relating to health.
Calling the gentleman from Fillmore, Representative Davids, to present your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate File 1553 is a bill that would allow the Board of Dentistry to grant temporary permits to practice in Minnesota for dentists and dental hygienists. These dental providers would have to be licensed in another state, and they would have to do the work on a temporary basis. Members, what this is for is this summer in Mankato, there's going to be a group of dentists and support staff that are going to be providing a free dental clinic in Mankato that will provide well over $1 million of free dental care to people that need it. And so this is a program that we're hoping to continue, and so next year they're looking at going to Bemidji, and hopefully this will be successful and keep going. But we felt that if dentists were coming in from other states, that they should be able to be allowed to have this temporary permit as long as they're not getting paid for their efforts. I believe it's good to try and make it much easier for them to come in as long as they meet the requirements in their states. There's also a provision that we took for the department at the end of the bill that has to do with cleaning up some fiscal language. There is no opposition to that in any of the committees. Members, this bill has been to many committees, and we've had no opposition. And I'd really like to thank the dentists, the Dental Association, Delta Dental, for coming together to provide this care to Minnesota citizens. And Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk, or Representative Abler does.
There is an amendment at the desk, so Chief Clerk will report the amendment.
Abler and others moving to amend Senate File 1553, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A1.
Call the member from Anoka, Representative Abler, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the what's left of the Dental Board licensing technical bill. The background studies is out of it. That carried a cost. This has been through even the Civil Law as well as the Health Reform Committee and the Finance Committee. I don't know why I went to all those committees. It's vanilla. One of the lines actually changes the citing of the word dental to another place in the same line. So it's pretty exciting like that, so I urge members' support.
Discussion. Seeing no further, the member from Blue Earth, Representative Breinert.
Mr. Speaker, my discussion's to the bill, so maybe I should wait till we vote on the amendment.
Good idea. The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to rise to support the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Abler amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The amendment is adopted. Seeing no other amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 1553, as amended.
Third reading, discussion of the bill. The member from Blue Earth, Representative Breinert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to thank Representative Davids for carrying this bill. It has great significance for my community, the Mankato area, and the whole region of South Central and Southwest Minnesota. As many of us know, acquiring dental care is sometimes more difficult for our needy populations than acquiring medical care. And this bill allows a wider range of dentists to participate in a very major effort that will occur in our region this summer to provide that dental care to a large number of members of our communities. So I wanted, again, to just thank Representative Davids and encourage members to support the bill.
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too rise in support of this bill and thank Representative Davids for carrying this bill. Members, I have had several of my local dentists talk to me about this, and I know there are other medical professions that do this in the state of Minnesota. Representative Davids and offer the services, as Representative Breinert also said, and Representative Purcell. I guess next year they're going to go up to Bemidji with this crew, and so they'll travel around the state, members, providing health care, dental care for for those that are less fortunate not to be able to receive that. So again, thank you for your advocacy, Representative Davids, on that, and members, I urge a green vote as well in support of this bill.
Member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, members, it's pretty sad that we have to rely on charity care for our constituents for their dental care. But since we do, and since we have people who are willing to come here and volunteer their time, I certainly don't think we should put barriers in their way. So I appreciate this bill as well and urge green vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill as amended. The clerk will close the roll. There being 122 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended. Its title is agreed to. Next bill on the calendar today is House File 682. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
House File 682 on the calendar for today, the first engrossment, an act relating to education.
Calling the member from Polk, Representative Kiel, to present your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, we passed last year this bill, House File 682, and the Department of Education needed a clarification. This bill allows students to take a career and tech education course to fulfill their science credits for graduation. Career and tech education courses can have biology, chemistry, or physics science standards in them, or a combination of those standards. By allowing our high schools to use CTA instruction, students are able to investigate applicable science, which leads to careers in healthcare, agronomy, natural resources, manufacturing, mining jobs that they can look for a BA degree in, or even an associate's degree, or even licensure. This also lends itself to PSEO courses, concurrent classes that encourage high school students to see a degree. And I just think this is really an important issue. I had left at the desk a while ago, I don't know if they still have it, a letter from an agricultural teacher in my district from East Grand Forks. I hope you have a chance to read it. It's a great support for career and tech education classes. I like the fact that he points out that they are very concerned about the rigor in their science classes, in their education classes, but also to provide the best opportunity for students. And I was really encouraged when he sent this letter, because he said he is hoping to teach special classes in applied chemistry and applied physics, not only for students that are looking for healthcare careers such as doctors and nurses and those types of jobs, but also for everyday life, to teach our children the applications of science, winning both college-bound students and vocational-bound students. I want you all to remember that we are looking for degrees. Our jobs are looking for degrees where 70% of these students will use a career and tech education background as opposed to a four-year college degree. And I would thank you, Chairman.
Seeing no amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 682.
Third reading. Discussion. The member from Steele, Representative Kath.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I would like to rise in support of the Kiel bill, and thank you for bringing this forward. I think this is very important as we look at differentiation and specifically how students meet the standards that we set for them, that they can meet that in alternative pathways. And this is just one of those efforts. So this is a great opportunity for our ag teachers as well as our other career and tech teachers to meet these standards in a variety of formats. The same way that we do with economics courses that a business teacher or somebody with a social studies degree can teach those classes. This is very similar to that. So these students are still meeting those standards, but they're meeting those in the way that they can learn best. And we know that this is a great opportunity for our students as well as for our schools, and I thank you for bringing it forward and ask everybody for a green vote.
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Kiel, for bringing this bill forward, and I'm a co-author on it as well, and I rise in support of this. And members, I received a email from Denise Reeser, who's our ag teacher in Brainerd, and she's doing coursework right now in agriculture education, which includes animal science, food science, biotechnology, plant science, horticulture, renewable energy, and many more, Representative Kiel, that would apply to this standard, to this science standard. And members, these educators need to be versed in those fields as well. And so, and it also gives the students a choice. It gives the students a choice of, besides this regular biology, chemistry, and physics, but it gives them an opportunity to to take a science class, take an area that is of interest and strength to them. So, Representative Kiel, I strongly support this, and thank you for bringing it forward, and urge members to vote green as well.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. Representative Gottwalt votes aye. Representative Benson votes aye. Representative Lomer votes aye. There being 120 ayes and 1 nay, the bill is passed. Its title is agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for today is House File 2731. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
House File 2731, number 1 on the supplemental calendar, an act relating to energy.
Calling the member from Wattenwan, Representative Torkelson, to present your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House File 2731 is the annual funding for the community energy resource teams. We do this every year. The money goes to applied research, and it comes from the Research and Development Grant, and helps these folks do other things like take care of the Conservation Improvement Program. I urge a green vote.
Seeing no amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2731.
Third reading, discussion. The member from Pine, Representative Hilty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to thank Representative Torkelson for bringing this bill forward. It's a good program that needs to be continued, and I'd ask for a green vote.
Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Members, please vote. Clerk will close the roll. There being 118 ayes and 3 nays, the bill is passed. Its title is agreed to. Next bill on the calendar today is Senate File 2131. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 2131, number 2 on the supplemental calendar, the first engrossment, an act relating to transportation.
Calling the member from Candy, Ohio, Representative Vogel, to present your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill amends the 2009 law that established the pilot program for selecting and undertaking local transportation projects on the municipal and county state aid systems with a design-build method of contracting. And this bill simply extends the projects. It initially had a time-set ending period. And to this date, there's only been a couple of projects that have been let and not quite finished. So we're just extending it until those 9 projects are completed. And that's about it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Seeing no amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 2131.
Third reading. Call the member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a good bill. I urge a green vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 121 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed. Its title is agreed to. Next bill in the calendar today is House File 2276. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
House File 2276, number 4 on the supplemental calendar, the first engrossment, an act relating to health.
Call the member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer, to present your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a House file that has to do with magnetic resonance imaging. This is a bill that has bipartisan support in both the House and in the Senate. And Mr. Speaker, I do have an amendment. We will be taking the Senate language. There is not a lot of changes in the Senate language. It is being passed out to you right now, matter of fact. And just to let you know, members, that I gave a copy of this language and information to Representative Lilly, a co-author on this bill, yesterday afternoon, so he could be informed about that. And I appreciate his support and help in this regards. So the Senate file language just makes a couple of changes. One of them is choosing language that is preferable to use on the federal code reference, and also to make clear that CT is included. Also, I want to let you know that this amendment is now on the floor. Mr. Speaker, I would like to move my amendment.
There is an author's amendment that asks the Chief Clerk will report the author's amendment.
Kiffmeyer and others moving to amend House File 2276, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 433.
Calling the member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer, to your author's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've already explained it, and I will just ask for a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Discussion to the author's amendment. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the author's amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The amendment is adopted. Seeing no further amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2276 as amended.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author yield?
She will, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kiffmeyer, this bill, I remember when it went through committee, it went through rather quickly, and I just wanted to ask you whether you have had heard anything from any opponents of this bill. I guess I'd like to know who's on both sides of it. Who's coming to you asking for this, and then I do remember you had one testifier, but just give us what groups are on one side and whether you've heard from any opponents, if you would.
Member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Liebling. There have been no opponents that have come to me in opposing this language. And also the Minnesota Hospital Association, there are numbers of clinics as well that are supporting of this, and they have been involved in the language discussion. And I think that answers your question. Thank you.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Kiffmeyer. And if she would yield again, Mr. Speaker.
She will yield, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kiffmeyer, so I wonder if you could just explain to the body a little bit more about the bill and about why this is necessary. I think it did go pretty quickly. I'm not opposed to it, but I also don't feel like I have a really good sense of why we're doing this. So if you could just explain to the body, I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Liebling. Yes, I'll go ahead and do that. Currently, the state does not require accreditation of MRI equipment in independently owned facilities, and what this does is make sure that anybody that gets an MRI comes under a consistent accreditation process. As it's gone through this process, we have amended the language to make sure that all accrediting sources are included, such as the American College of Radiology, the Intersocietal Accreditation Commission, and the Joint Commission. I think, Representative Liebling, that was an issue I had brought up in committee, and we took your amendment in that regard, as it was in the Senate as well. This also means that the facility must report annually to the state its accreditation status, and in working in the Senate as well, and the department, that it would be the same form as used previously, and the agency would just adapt the form and include this information on it. And this would require the same accreditation standards that will be required for Medicare and Medicaid. So it just lines everything up and makes sure that this applies to everybody who is doing this type of service. In particular, Mr. Speaker, this is really important because if equipment is not sufficiently qualified, this can be a problem when people are coming to their doctor and they don't have the highest resolution. This can be an issue. So that is I think it addresses your question, Representative Liebling.
The member from Rams, Representative Lilly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The bill as amended, I am a co-author. As amended, it prevents fraud and abuse in the imaging services. Just so members know, it passed 60-0 in the Senate, and I urge a green vote.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author yield for an amendment? Or for, not an amendment, I'm sorry, for a question?
She will yield, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So who is going to be excluded from providing these services? Who in the state today that provides these services is going to be kept from doing these services now that you're restricting the marketplace?
The member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Thiessen, this doesn't restrict anybody. It just simply says that when you are doing this, everybody should follow the same accreditation rules.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe I understand accreditation incorrectly, but you have to be accredited then under this bill to provide these services. And so, are there people providing the services today who aren't accredited that will no longer be able to provide these services?
Representative Kiffmeyer will yield. The member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Thiessen. There may be some mobile units that are currently maybe traveling around through different states that may not be possibly accredited in this regard. I'm not sure that they are, that they all are, but the point is that everybody should play by the same accreditation rules.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess my concern is with the bill, and I obviously didn't hear it in committee, but there's a number of, especially in Greater Minnesota, a number of these mobile units that do travel around the state for hospitals that can't afford to have these units in their hospital. And so I'm just wondering if it's going to impact the ability for people to get access for services in Greater Minnesota because the units, because it's not going to allow some of these units that I know currently are providing services, and I know in Little Falls, they stop by, or wherever it may be, and so I just want to make sure that we're not going to be limiting access to this kind of service in places that can't afford to have the newest machines being put in place. If Representative Kiffmeyer could address that.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Kiffmeyer, will yield. Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Thiessen, I think that rural Minnesota people deserve high-quality care, and certainly that is the case. And so I believe that whatever care they are being given, and this doesn't shut anybody out, enables everybody to have the same accreditation standards and make sure that rural Minnesota providers have that same high quality.
Member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I absolutely agree with you that we want to make sure that we have good services all across the state. I want to make sure that we actually have access to any service, though, as well. And so whenever I see bills coming I think it's always worth just checking ourselves when we see bills coming through that are actually going to place limitations on how our marketplace can operate. And it appears that this is a bill like this, and maybe there's very good reasons for limiting the free market approach to health care in this case, because I do think that that's what this bill is doing. Sometimes that makes sense, but we should just always take care when we're going to be putting limitations on the way the free market operates in health care.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Huntley.
Members and Mr. Speaker, some of us have been around here quite a while, and this fight has been going on for 10 years at least. Way too long, I must say. I would not say that there's peace in the valley. However, there is a truce in the valley. So both sides that have been fighting this for 10 years have agreed to this language.
Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill as amended. The clerk will close the roll. There being 122 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended. Its title is agreed to. The next bill on the calendar today is House File 1236. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
House File 1236, number 17 on the regular calendar for the day. The first engrossment, an act relating to health.
Calling the member from Cottonwood, Representative Hamilton, to your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There should be an amendment as well, the A12 amendment. There
is an author's amendment at the desk. Would you like to present the author's amendment first, Representative Hamilton?
That is correct.
The Chief Clerk will report the amendment. Representative Hamilton, I believe the amendment is just being distributed now. If you'd like to present the amendment, we will hold the vote until all members have seen the amendment. The member from Cottonwood, Representative Hamilton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sorry, Representative Hamilton.
Hamilton moves to amend House File 2236, the first engrossment as follows. Delete everything after the enacting clause and insert. The amendment is coded 924.
And now the author of the amendment, Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what this amendment does, friends, is this is the compromise language. We were able to bring all the stakeholders together and address the concerns. There was some controversy when it left committee and headed to the floor. But like I said, all the stakeholders came together, and this is what resulted from that meeting. A little bit about the amendment. What this does is it establishes procedures to follow during pharmacy audits. This was a concern brought to me by many of the pharmacies in my district. Under Section 2, it lists the definitions. Section 3, it talks about the contracts and whether there's contract changes. You need 60-day notifications. Section 4, excuse me, is the audit procedures. 5 lists the process, and Section 5 talks about recoups and paybacks, if you will. And there's an appeals process in here as well. So, Mr. Speaker and members, like I said, the stakeholders came together. This was the compromise language to come out of that. If you have any questions, I'll stand for questions.
Discussion. The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling, to the author's amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it just landed on my desk. And I am really interested in this bill because this is kind of like what Representative Huntley said in the last bill. This is kind of an issue that's been going on for a while, and I've appreciated Representative Hamilton's leadership to try to resolve this because this was kind of a David and Goliath situation, it seems to me, where the local pharmacies were kind of getting pushed around a lot by the pharmacy benefit managers in this audit situation. They were kind of feeling abused by the way they were being treated in these audits. And so, Representative Hamilton, when it left committee, I know that the big guys weren't happy, but I thought there was a lot of consensus among the committee members to go ahead, and I was really pleased that you were forging ahead, and so I'm really kind of curious now, and I'd like a little more detail, because I don't know if I have time to sit and read through all the, you just pointed out the various sections in your compromise here, but could you really give us, if he would yield, Mr. Speaker?
Representative Hamilton will yield. Representative Liebling.
Representative Hamilton, I would really appreciate hearing with a little more detail, kind of, you know, what did the, you know, I assume that the compromise is that we got pushed a little more toward what the big guys wanted, because I think we were pretty much where the little guys wanted us, where the pharmacies wanted to be. And so could you kind of explain a little more clearly exactly what was given up by them, what the change is going back the other way, if you would? Thanks.
The member from Cottonwood, Representative Hamilton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the questions as well. And I would say that, like you referred to them, the little guys, they're happy with this. I was talking to them about this as well. And when we were addressing this in committee, of course, we were pushing this, and there was some pushback. But it did bring everybody to the table and work out, like you said, what we see here. And some of it was a few of the things within the audit process, for instance. When you take a look at the first 5 days, business days there, as far as notification, if there's going to be changes to the contract. There's also about, we had language where the auditors could not be seen by going through the pharmacies and stuff like that. Well, now we're just asking that to be with the pharmacist or with the employee of the area. So like I said, it was just a peace in the valley approach, brought everybody together, and this is what came out of it. I would say that all stakeholders that I've talked to anyway are okay with this, including regardless of size, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Hamilton. Well, Representative Hamilton, you know, I know you've worked hard on this, and I appreciate that, and that we all like it when people kind of come together and have some consensus around here. We don't sort of like to feel like we're sticking it to anybody. So, you know, that's a good thing if everybody agrees, but sometimes people agree because they think that's the best they're going to get. And so, you know, I guess I'd like to ask you if you would kind of make a commitment here that if we hear back from these folks next year again that this isn't strong enough for those pharmacies, you know, the guys, you know, what we're talking about here, members, is, you know, we've got oftentimes your independent pharmacy in your town, and they're getting these audits by these pharmacy benefit managers, these big companies that pretty much dictate the terms of the contract and come in and tell them that if they want to participate, they've got to do it their way. And I'm glad that we've been able to find some solution. But Representative Hamilton, will you commit that if this doesn't work for them, that you'll push the big guys a little harder next time if need be, and we'll hope that isn't necessary. If he would yield again.
He will yield. The member from Cottonwood, Representative Hamilton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and once again, thank you for the question. You know, this was brought to me, like I said, from Vern and Mo, two great guys from my hometown. I was having lunch, or dinner, rather, at the local pub, and they brought these concerns up to me, and I said, of course I'll do something here. But I also want to give credit to the other side of the equation. They did come forth in good faith. They worked with us on this. I'm comfortable or confident with what came out of this. Of course, if Vern and Mo, if they're concerned about this, I'm going to hear about it, right? And so we'll address it at that point in time. But like I said, I'm very comfortable and confident with what came out of this. Good faith effort on all sides of the equation. Thank you.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker. And I'll support your amendment, Representative Hamilton, and just say to Vern and Mo that they should watch this and make sure that they do come back and talk to you if they're not happy later.
The member from Anoka, Representative Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just wanted to commend Representative Hamilton and the people who negotiated this. This is like one of those, Representative Huntley just said, some of these 10-year battles go a long ways. There were chargebacks of $3,000 and more based upon a clerical error, and just appalling stories about coming at busy times. And there still is a federal problem with these audits under medical assistance with CMS, because they're just totally crazy. But at least there's no reason that Minnesota can't look after these good independent pharmacists and keep them in business. Members, this is a place where you wonder what you're voting for. On this amendment, you can be confident that this is going to make your local pharmacists be treated fairly by these PBMs, which are a part of the landscape. And so good work, President Hamilton, and thank you for the people in the hallway on both sides of this for coming to a resolution.
Discussion to the author's amendment. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the author's amendment signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The amendment is adopted. Seeing no further amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 1236 as amended.
Third reading. Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill as amended.
Adopted.
Clerk will close the roll. There being 121 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended. Title is agreed to. Next bill on the calendar today is Senate File 1621. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
What the hell is that? Senate File 1621, number 6 on the supplemental calendar, the first engrossment, an act relating to human services.
Calling the member from Hennepin, Representative Peppin, to present your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. In current law, there's a list of 5 recognized accrediting organizations for which an accredited child care center may receive a rate differential under the Child Care Assistance Program. This bill simply directs the Department of Human Services to develop an application and approval process so that more accrediting organizations will be recognized accrediting agencies. Members, this passed unanimously in the Senate. It's compromise language, and I believe it makes the process more fair. And I ask for your support.
Discussion. The member from Ramsey, Representative Slawick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, will Representative Peppin yield?
She will yield. Representative Slawick.
Okay. Representative Peppin, I've worked with you on this bill. We've been working on this for a while. This is another one of those issues that's been around for many, many years. So it is good to see a compromise, although what I'm having trouble understanding is if there's a fiscal cost to this or a fiscal note. It says that by February 15th of 2013, the Commissioner of Human Services will report on the criteria developed, the application, the approval, the reassessment process, and any additional recommendations. I mean, typically when we've even asked for the departments to do something, they always come back with some kind of cost. So is there no cost for the department? And then is there, if you expand these accreditations, as you know, that means there's probably going to be more folks seeking reimbursements. So how are you going to pay for that? Or is that just going to be determined at a later time? Can you tell me about that?
The member from Hennepin, Representative Peppin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Slawick. There is no fiscal impact. That's what the Department of Human Services told me. That's the best I can tell you. There's no fiscal impact.
Member from Ramsey, Representative Slawick.
Mr. Speaker, members, it looked like Representative Abler was going to address that, but I'll tell you, every time we ask for anything, I think, the departments always have a cost. I have to say the Dayton administration has been a lot friendlier about costs than the Pawlenty administration, but they're still, to do a major report like this, I can't believe there wouldn't be any cost. I don't know, Representative Abler, if you were going to address that.
You're asking Representative Abler to yield. He will yield. A member from Anoka, Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Representative Slawick. This is carried in our bill along with the 15 to 16%. All the cost in our bill is on the 15 to 16%. We discussed this yesterday. I don't know why it's free, but it is. And so maybe they're almost there, or they're in the mood, they like it. My view of some of the fiscal notes from the department, if they really like it, it's free. If they don't like it, if we thought of it, it costs a lot of money. So maybe we're on the right side of their work, but I just know in the fiscal note that we're carrying in our bill, this element has no cost.
The member from Rams, Representative Slawick.
Mr. Speaker, members, I think maybe I'll ask this to Representative Abler. So this is kind of for both Representative Peppin, but I will ask Representative Abler to yield.
He will yield. Representative Slawick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in one version, in your version, in the overall Omnibus Health and Human Services Bill, the accreditation reimbursement rate goes up to 16%, but Representative Peppin, in your bill, it doesn't. So you kind of have two different versions traveling. And that, how are you paying for that additional bump, that 1%, Representative Abler?
Member from Anoka, Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Slawick. This is a policy bill talking about accreditation. It has nothing to do with any incremental change. And if this, whichever bill passes, it wouldn't repeal that change. The change would go forward, I expect. And but anyway, so the 1%'s in our bill, and you might want to ask that question later to make sure it doesn't get messed up if we pass the 1% that we get it. But we're going to pay for it. The department would plan to do it. I'm trying to get it for you. So that's all I can tell you. So hopefully it'll be fine.
The member from Rams, Representative Slawick.
So, Mr. Speaker and members, I think I would urge folks to support this bill. I think we need to keep an eye on this, though, because we have a couple different things happening here. And Representative Peppin, I think that it will be interesting to see how the department handles these accreditations. I mean, you know, my concerns is that there was a very expensive, high rating, in most expensive suburbs, childcare that wanted this passed. And then when I asked them how many kids they take that are on subsidies, they said 2. And so to me it has a funny feel to it. I think that it's reasonable to think about opening up the accreditation statute to take a look at this, but I think we have to look at what it's going to do, what other organizations are going to go in, and how much it's really going to ultimately cost the state.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to follow up on Representative Slawick's questions, I'm looking at the fiscal note for this Senate file that was issued on February 22nd. Is this different than this? Is this different than the Senate? We're taking up the Senate file, so it shows a cost up to $1 million in the next biennium on this bill. But if you could clarify for me, maybe this is a different language at this point. Representative Peppin would yield.
Representative Peppin will yield. The member from Hennepin, Representative Peppin.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Thiessen, that was to the original bill. This is the amended version, which does not have a fiscal cost.
The member from Blue Earth, Representative Breinert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Peppin please yield to a question?
She will yield. Representative Breinert.
Okay. Representative Peppin, I'm wondering about the standards that are referred to in the bill. It says, line 1.18 says, the accrediting organization must demonstrate the use of standards, and then down on through that 19 and 20, the accreditation standards shall include. So my question is twofold. What standards are, what is the basis for the list of standards being referred to, and who is the arbiter of those standards in terms of their research basis?
The member from Hennepin, Representative Peppin.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Breinert, the Commissioner of Human Services is going to report the criteria developed on as of February 15th of next year, so they're still working on it. This language was compromise language between several of the interested parties and the Department of Human Services, so they're still working on the process, and it will be developed fully by February 15th of next year.
The member from Blue Earth, Representative Breinert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that is helpful, Representative Peppin. My concern would just be that we're watchful of what those standards come to be, and that they are research-based and commonly agreed to by, primary arbiters of that kind of decision-making or assessment process. So, thank you.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Peppin yield to a question?
She will yield. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Peppin, I just would like to understand a little bit better what language changed that took away the fiscal note. Because, members, if you could just think about this for a second. This is the child care assistance money. And what we're doing here in current law, as I'm understanding this, is we accredit certain child care providers, and then we pay them a little bit more for taking care of these kids that are on the child care assistance program. So, if you can think about this, as we give certain providers a little more money, it means we either have to have more money in the pot or there's less money available for more, or we can serve fewer children. So I think what we're doing here as we expand the number of accrediting agencies, presumably that means we'll expand the number of accredited child care agencies, child care providers, which is not necessarily a bad thing. I'm not arguing against that, but I'm just kind of wondering, how is it that the fiscal note went away? I'm just not quite getting that, Representative Peppin, if you could explain.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Peppin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Liebling. Representative Abler tried to address that a little bit. My understanding is it's a pool of money, and so the cost would be in the 15 to the 16%, which is not included in this bill.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So Representative Peppin, then, if we have the same pool and we're not raising the rate for accreditation. So I think I'm understanding this now. But the bottom line here, I think, is that if we then expand the number of people that can do the accreditation, presumably the reason we're doing that, and I remember the testimony from committee, there are certain child care providers that want to be accredited with certain kinds of accreditation that they like better, or they like those standards better. So it seems to me then that the effect of this, if she would yield again, Mr. Speaker.
She will yield, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the effect of this then, Representative Peppin, to serve fewer children in our program, because we're taking the same pot of dollars and potentially paying certain providers more, so certain kids are having more paid for them, so more kids are going to be paid that, or the providers for those kids, more of them are going to be paid that higher rate. So I assume then that we're going to serve fewer children with this pot of money that seems to be ever shrinking.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Peppin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Liebling. Well, the department is going to come up with the criteria, and the issue that is existing right now is there are a list of several organizations that are picked there, and to my knowledge, there's no particular standards that allowed us to pick exactly which one. One of the listed doesn't even exist anymore, so we've got some accrediting agencies. My problem is with putting specific accrediting agencies in statute. I think you're boxing out some that are good accrediting agencies, and by actually having standards and a process, we're going to make sure that we have organizations or accrediting organizations, and we're going to, I think, expand the pool. But I don't think it's going to result in fewer people having the price differential. Just it'll be spread across more agencies or accrediting agencies potentially. Of course, that's determined by the Department of Human Services and which criteria they come up with, and which accrediting agencies will be applicable.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Peppin, I don't necessarily disagree with you. I mean, there is something a little funny about naming certain ones in statute, and so I think that's also what Representative Slawick was talking about, that I think maybe philosophically we all kind of agree on that, but my concern isn't that there are going to be, well, my concern is that ultimately we're going to serve fewer children. That's my concern here, and I'm not going to ask you to yield again, but I just want to say I agree with Representative Slawick. We need to really watch this, because we're serving fewer children all the time as the funds get cut, and boy, there sure was a big outcry earlier in the session about the idea that some of the providers might want to use the money that they earn, and they'll use a little bit to pay union dues, and there was a big outcry that might somehow cut into the pool of dollars available, although I think it's pretty clear that it wouldn't. But I wonder about this, whether, if we're going to have, as we accredit more of these child care providers, it basically means that it's more expensive per child, and I fully support the idea of having quality and paying for quality. But the flip side of that is that we're going to serve fewer. So I guess what I'm saying is, let's just make sure as we go forward that we don't just that we try to expand the pool of money. So we try to really serve more kids, because It's great to have quality for the kids we do serve, but I'm afraid there are a lot of families that really need this help and just can't get it.
Discussion. Seeing no amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 1621.
Third reading. The member from Ramsey, Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if Representative Peppin would yield to...
She will yield, Representative Mariani.
Thank you. I want to bring our attention back to the issues that Representative Briner, I believe, was...
1 minute, please, Representative Mariani. Members, if you could, please. Take your conversations to the alcove, or better yet, the retiring room, so Representative Peppin can hear the question from Representative Mariani. Representative Mariani, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Briner, I believe, was referencing some issues related to the accreditation standards, which call for a system of tracking children's learning. And appropriately so, it seems to me the language then directs both the Commissioners of Health and Education to work on the application and approval process. However, Representative Peppin, I'm not recalling that, and I don't see that this bill was referred to the either the Education Policy Committee or the Education K-12 Education Finance Committee. So I'm wondering, have you spoken with the Commissioner of the Department of Education relative to any work that they're going to have to do in regard to this, or have sought any advice relative to your bill?
The member from Hennepin, Representative Peppin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Mariani. I haven't personally, but I know that there are several different organizations and groups that have worked on that, and I believe that they have consulted with them. I don't have can't guarantee you that 100%, but I believe that they did check with both the Human Services and the Education Commissioners to make sure, because there's a line in 2.1 that does say in conjunction with the Commissioners of Education and Health. So the notes that I have say that the groups have been, the two departments have been contacted, but I can't say that I personally did that myself.
The member from Rams, Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Peppin. Well, it does concern me a little bit, and I don't see Representative Erickson on the floor. I think she might be excused today. It seems to me that this is the kind of bill that we should at least have a look at in our K-12 Education Policy Committee. I'm not going to make a motion to do that today. Because I'm still wrapping my mind around how, just how much the Department of Education is going to be asked to do and weigh in here. But as we've heard earlier from Representative Slawick, this bill is something that we want to keep an eye on through the short remainder of this session, but also into the future implications. And I think it'd be really vitally important for us to be fully communicating with the Department of Education relative to any directions that we're asking them of them, and any kind of advice that we could use from them.
The member from Rams, Representative Slawick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. Will Representative Peppin yield?
She will yield, Representative Slawick.
So, Representative Peppin, I think we've had a good discussion here today. You know, the one thing that occurs to me is we left this decision in the Commissioner's hands, the Commissioner of Education, Representative Mariani, remember about the quality rating, and they came back with a report just like this is doing, and they said to use the quality rating system, and then this very legislature took that language out. And so there are concerns. Representative Peppin, you don't go into this. I mean, we can never talk about motives of members here, but I'm sure that wouldn't be, you go into this wanting the best process possible for accreditation, the best recommendation, and do you see yourself accepting the recommendations as they come out?
The member from Hennepin, Representative Peppin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Slawick. Well, of course, I haven't seen the recommendations, but I assume that they're going to use a fair process and it's going to use the best possible standards. I have no reason to believe that it wouldn't, so I can't believe that I wouldn't support what they came up with. I think that they have the best interest of everyone in mind. And just to comment on Representative Liebling's earlier comments. The pool doesn't change, Representative Liebling. The size of it maybe stretches out the dollars to different directions, but the size of the pool isn't shrunk with this language. The amount of dollars is still available, so I don't know that it's going to make it available to less families when you're not changing the dollar amount of the pool.
Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 116 ayes and 3 nays, the bill is passed as title is agreed to. The next bill on the calendar today is Senate File 2184. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 2184, number 19 on the calendar for the day, the first engrossment, an act relating to real property.
Calling the member from Grant, Representative Westrom, present your bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, I know I stand with Representative Hackbarth between now and the weekend, so I'll be brief. Representative Ward supports this bill. The bill passed 65-0 in the Senate. It deals with some timeshare issues, specifically the Breezy Point area where there's some foreclosure issues and the cost of the foreclosure under Torrance property that we have, which is one of just 4 areas in the state that have Torrance property. This modifies the procedure. If the county commissioners want to adopt it, we allow them to adopt it and let the county recorder do some of the review of the title in order to get it back into good standing and complete the process. I'd urge your support.
See no amendments at the desk. Clerk, give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 2184.
Third reading. Discussion. Member from Crow Wing, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Westrom, for bringing this bill forward. And members, I did talk to Breezy Point Management today, and this is a very important bill for them. So I would ask and urge a green vote in support of this bill. Thank you. Let's go home for Easter break.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Members, please vote. Clerk will close the roll. There being 119 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed. The title is agreed to. The last bill on the calendar today is Senate File 1815. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 1815, number 22 on the calendar for the day, the first engrossment.
Yes.
An act relating to energy.
The member from Minoka, Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the bill that's known as the right of first refusal for transmission lines. It simply allows electric companies to have the right to build their own transmission lines to their customers. The Senate file had an amendment in the Senate that we're accepting. It's some comfort language for the municipals and the existing incumbent transmission line owners, and I would urge you to support. I know of no opposition.
Seeing no amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 1815.
Third reading, the member from Pine, Representative Hilty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm a co-author on this bill. I think it's a good bill. I'd ask for a green vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 116 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed. Its title is agreed to. Call a member from Washington, Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker, I move the calendar of the day be continued.
Representative Dean moves that the calendar of the day be continued. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The motion prevails. Call a member from Fillmore, Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, pursuant to Rule 122, it is my intention to place House File number 2580, House File number 2729, and House File number 2754 on the fiscal calendar for Monday, April 16, 2012. 2580 is a loon bill, 2729 is a loon bill, 2754 is a House bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Call a member from Dakota, Representative McNamara. For what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Speaker, point of personal privilege.
State your point of personal privilege.
Well, Mr. Speaker, today we thought with the break during April and the early spring it would be terrific. Normally, Arbor Day, we do the trees at the end of the month, and all the talk about getting out of here a little earlier, and thank you for that, Mr. Speaker. Today we're going to be passing out of trees. We're going to do a short presentation here. It'll be real quick, and so everybody should get one delivered to their desk. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield to Representative Hansen.
The member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative McNamara. This is an annual bipartisan tradition and addition that's been going on for quite some time. Arbor Day is the last Friday. I'm going to yield to Representative Loon to tell us a little bit about that.
Members, if you could please, just 1 minute. Member from Hennepin, Representative Loon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Just a little bit of a background on why we do this is the last Friday of April every year is Arbor Day, and Arbor Day dates back to 1872. J. Sterling Morton from Nebraska started it. He was one of the many pioneers that settled the state and sort of the Midwest region. And they were concerned about the lack of trees that existed at that time in their new land. So Mr. Morton organized Arbor Day as a way to encourage foresting of the state. And so it is to commemorate Arbor Day that we're happy to present these trees to you today. And Mr. Speaker?
Representative Loon.
At this time, I would yield to Representative Moline.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And you have on your desks the red pine, which is more commonly known to us as the Norway pine. It was established as the state tree by the Minnesota legislature in 1953. We're actually the only state that still refers to it as the Norway pine. Norwegian settlers that first came to Minnesota thought it resembled a tree that they saw back home, so we've been calling it the Norway pine ever since. It's called the red pine because of the pale red wood and the reddish bark. And currently there are 300,000 acres of Norway pines in Minnesota, including 5,000 acres of Norway pines in Itasca State Park. So I would encourage everyone to get out over break and plant their trees so we can have even more acres of Norway pine. And Mr. Speaker, I yield to Representative McElfatrick.
Representative McElfatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The seedlings come from my home district, from the Itasca Greenhouse, which is Minnesota's largest producer of containerized seedlings. They have a production capacity of up to 6 million seedlings a year with 50 to 60 different species grown. It's a state-of-the-art facility. They are computerized to control the vents, the heating, the cooling, and the turning off and on of lights at night. I'm particularly pleased with the choice of the red pine this year because I happen to live on Red Pine Road. And the red pine is the most magnificent tree on our property. So plant your trees, take good care of them, and they will turn into beauties for you.
Anybody else? Motions and resolutions are a copy of the non-controversial motions online and at the front desk, If there are no objections, we will take action on these motions first. Hearing no objections, the motions prevail.
Lencheski moves that House File 2690, now in the General Register, be re-referred to the Committee on Ways and Means.
Call the member from Hennepin, Representative Lencheski, to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, my motion is to move a tax bill back to Ways and Means, Mr. Speaker. The revenue estimate came in and the bill cost a little over $1 million, and at the time the Tax Committee heard it, it was stated it didn't cost anything, and it has not been seen by Chair Holberg.
The member from Fillmore, Representative Davids.
Mr. Speaker and members, I would speak against this motion. You will notice that if you've seen the revenue note, it's dated April 4th. The bill was heard in Tax Committee on the 2nd. There is no mention of any cost. I happen to disagree, but now all of a sudden a revenue note shows up. Nobody in the department during the hearing said that there even mentioned that there could possibly be a cost. What I would pledge to do if we do not send it over to Ways and Means is we're talking about Article 1. Otherwise, it's cleaning up obsolete language. I don't have no opposition to it. The first amendment I will have on this bill would be to remove Article 1, which is the article in question, but I would really appreciate if we didn't have to go to Ways and Means with this, and if you could oppose the Lencheski motion, and we will take it out on the floor.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Lencheski, to your motion.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chair Davids, thank you for that pledge to do that. I do want to correct the testimony that day was that the department thought there might not be, and there was a question that there would be. And members, this is the concern when the Bar Association is writing provisions rather than legislators. And so we now have a cost before us, shouldn't belong in the bill, and I heard the chair of the Tax Committee is going to take it out when it comes before us, and I will withdraw my motion.
Representative Lencheski withdraws her motion for re-referral of House File 2690. Announcements. The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's really, I don't know what I would call this statement, but I think we would be remiss in not thanking our colleagues for the wonderful trees. So I would like to move that we give them a round of applause.
The motion prevails. Announcements. Announcements. The member from Washington, the Majority Leader, Representative Dean.
I think my tree has doubled in size since we started passing them out. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until noon Monday, April 16th, 2012.
Representative Dean moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until noon on Monday, April 16th, 2012. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The motion prevails. Representative Dean.
I move the House do now adjourn.
Representative Dean moves that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until noon Monday, April 16th, 2012.